our best to reach the top 500 tonight. Definitely going to be a little bit difficult because we are basically a full day behind. There are people who have been grinding this for nearly 20 hours already. Our first opening hand is suboptimal, but if we draw a low-level monster, we can still bring it back. Let's go ahead and tune into some music, and we will go ahead and start playing. They set 2 and pass. That's not bad for us. We have the option to Twin Edge here, and then swing in twice and try to go for 1400, or we can just summon the Slayer. It's hard to say for sure which one's better, but I think keeping both copies of Slayer in hand is definitely wrong. But do we use the effect? If we get hit by a heavy metal with only a Slayer on board, we are in some trouble. So this is kind of an oddball move, but we are gonna go for just trying to swing in and maybe get some damage. Of course, if they have any 1400s, we are going to not be able to do so. But we'll try our best. 1200, I guess I could have gone with this hit. But this is okay. Looks like it is a Roa deck. But it might be a pure aggro. Alright, so here comes Seahorse Carrier. They are definitely bringing out some kind of boss monster here. Yeah, Panda, I have also seen a couple of players using Hammer Crush so far. I think it is pretty important to not get blown up by Widespread Ruin. If you're not playing Dragonic Resonance, you need to be playing either Ghost Cyclone or another form of spell trap removal. If they only have the Dragius here, we are set. We are going to keep both of our monsters on field, and we already have a second Dragonic Slayer to destroy whatever that face down card is. This game is so over. We are totally winning. We don't need this Phoenix Dragon because we already have plenty of high level monsters. But let's just go ahead and bring out Dragonic Slayer. 1 and 2. And then we'll use Dragius. Actually, do we even need to use Dragius here? I don't think so. If we use Dragonic Resonance, we can go 1 and 2 and keep a board of 3 monsters. Let's go ahead and activate Dragonic Slayer to pop that face down card. Then we will use Twin Edge Dragon, and with Widespread Ruin gone, we can get rid of Dragonic Slayer relatively safely. This set I don't think is a tribute, so let's go into the battle phase. Twin Edge Dragon can destroy any monster that's level 4 or lower, and then we swing in, and I think we are actually just like 200 off of lethal. But with 5,800 life points, it will be pretty difficult for my opponent to overcome a 3-monster board, especially if they can't use a card like Primogotarna. Slayer plus Widespread Ruin seems like every game. Definitely what you need to be prepared for. Welcome, Sarah. Hope you're having a good one. Here comes Seahorse Carrier, and we saw a Light Rays draw. However, isn't the only target for that, Lamoon? Oh, it must be a Royal Rebel Growl. Interestingly, they do have the shout to make me discard my Dragius. However, Royal Rebel's Growl is going to need another monster in order to actually use its effect. Summon Skull comes out, and we know the last monster is a level 5 or higher light because of this. Here comes Growl, but they tribute off Shout, so they aren't going to be able to debuff. They can clear 2 of my monsters, and I guess I actually am really low on bosses. I did throw away a ton of cards, so Shout was pretty smart to get rid of my final card in hand. I do get to draw 5, and we are basically just looking for a Bunker Strike or a Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon is more than good enough to end the game here. Phoenix Dragon, activate the effect, ditch 1. We are going to take Dragonic Slayer, because we don't want to deal with whatever that face down card is. We bring out Sports Dragon Pitcher, Tribute Summon, and that is game. We are 1 and 0. Realistically, we're more like 8 and 5 or something. But it'll probably tell us, yeah, so 13 and 7 at 9,000 power. If we win the next one, I know I was in the top 1,000 when I hit just over 10,000 points earlier, but then I lost some on the way home before I started the stream. Right, and it is probably a mirror match. I have seen 1 or 2 players on Ancient Forces, but Dragonic Resonance is obviously far and away the better deck. Going second kind of hurts a little bit, but hopefully we'll be able to draw into something nice. For example, if we draw a Slayer and they go set 2 and a face down, the Dragius on turn 1 is crazy. They must have a trap card to protect them. Unfortunately, we do not draw into a high level, so we have really no choice but to just go ahead and set our field. I'm keeping the Triad Drago in hand because it provides a potential additional card on the next turn. Unfortunately, this Widespread Ruin, it seems really strong, but all I have to do is summon a Slayer, and then I take 1 billion damage. I did theoretically have a play where I summon the Triad Drago in attack mode and try to draw a card to get a tribute to get over this, but it is absolutely not worth doing. We have a Widespread Ruin, and they didn't draw any other high-level monsters, or at least not enough low levels to want to summon them out. We get another chance here, and here comes Dragonic Slayer. Fantastic. We can tribute off that Phoenix Dragon we have face down, as it is currently not going to be able to do anything for us. Bring out Dragonic Slayer, and they did set this card with Dragius turn 1, so I have a feeling that they might be getting ready to pop a trap card. I think this one's the more threatening of the 2. It is Widespread Ruin. I successfully managed to guess it. So let's go ahead and swing in here with the 1900. Even if it's a Phantom Bind or something, they shouldn't be able to actually stop the attack. Now we get in for a ton of damage, and we can pass turn. Their set card is not a Recital, because we were able to do it, or they were able to use it on their other swings. I highly expect it to be something like the Barrier or Phantom Bind. Personally, I am on Phantom Bind because of how common this mirror match is. This is the only deck worth deck building for, and the Barrier is 400, whereas Phantom Bind is going to be way more in almost every situation. Here comes Dragius slamming into my monsters. We do want to draw another Slayer because there is a really good chance that is a face down Phantom Bind. We do not have any monsters. Unfortunately, this is looking quite grim. That said, they can't kill us if we just go 3 defense mode monsters. The most they can get in for is 28. So I think we do have to go for it this turn. Just kind of set our monsters. They shouldn't be running any piercing cards, so we should be okay. We pass here. And then, next turn, we will go for Triad Drago if we really have to. Oh, but with a Twin-Edged Dragon, we are actually in danger. I hadn't thought about that. If they get 5 attacks off, then we can actually die. They return cards to the top of the deck. So they really are just looking for another Twin-Edged Dragon. They probably messed up here. Because we should survive. This is interesting. But we do still need to make a big comeback. They only have 1800. So it is possible for us to win on the next turn. I think. We're gonna need some good draws. Those are probably not what we're looking for. With the Phantom Bind, we might be able to stick it out one more turn. But that is such a risky play, but so is this. Do we go for broke? Even if we do draw a high level monster, it's not going to be enough. So I think we do have to just set cards. Unfortunately. And the idea here is, they have 3 non-dragons, so they have 10. We can lower the direct attack by 1,000. So if they don't summon a Slayer, yeah, of course they do though. So unfortunately, they get it this time. I could have gone for the Triad Drago, but even if I drew into a level 7 monster, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. They double doom, and that is going to be game. We are now 1-1. Alright, so not much we could have done there. I think we just weren't able to find the high level monsters in that game. We'll give them a nice and move on to the next one. Back down to around 8,000. It says currently that top 100 is, I want to say, it's really high, something like 20,000. So top 100 is just over 20,000, and 10,000 is what we need for the top 1,000. My goal is roughly top 500, so maybe somewhere in the middle. 15,000, 16,000 is roughly what we're aiming for. Let's see how it goes. Alright, we are up against a Gavin. Presumably this is going to be Dark Arts of Celerity. Being able to change cards like Dragonic Slayer into defense mode and then Pierce for 2,500 damage is pretty powerful. Unfortunately, we are going second again, and our hand doesn't have anything we can do. We will set the Sport Dragon pictures to set up a Slugger play for later, but we'll see what happens with our 5th card. Presumably they are just going to set some monsters, back row, and pass. Tribute setting 2. That means it's probably not a Yami ruler. And yeah, we have absolutely nothing we can use here, so that's just 1, 2, and 3 sets. All we can do is pass turn and give them the option to swing over our monsters. There's a slight chance this is Blue Falcon formation, but I would assume Celerity in 99% of the cases. Here comes a Gaia. And what will they be playing out this turn? Setting a monster, that makes sense so far. Probably gonna tribute it off though, if I had to guess. So, what else could they be playing? I think with the Gaia, it is slightly more likely that they are on Tengu, but here comes a Yami ruler. So if they summon a non-desk, they can kind of clear through this board and simultaneously prevent us from getting out our boss monsters. Oh, Bonded Bowing works just as well. That said, I don't really mind too much the idea of just waiting an extra turn. I've seen this deck more than Arise Dragons. Are you referring to Resonance or the Gavin deck? Alright, so we are going to take a pretty significant chunk of damage, but Yami Ruler is the only monster that they actually summoned. So that's not too bad for us. We managed to find our high levels. Of course, we cannot play them just yet. So we're just going to set Dragorite and the Phantom Bind. I want to keep Phoenix Dragon just in case it ends up being useful later. Pass turn. Though I guess theoretically against piercing damage, this would save us 500 life points. Assuming we don't take a ton of damage this turn, we would be okay going into the next turn as we can Slayer and Bunker Strike. Assuming we draw the resources to do so. Setting a 3rd card face down, not too bad. We don't want the Phantom Bind yet, so we're gonna turn off the trigger, because we want to use it to protect our monsters from their 2500s. This probably is Dark Arts of Celerity, they just haven't had the chance to actually use it yet. We do draw 2 low levels, which is fantastic. Let's go ahead and bring out 1, then Dragonic Slayer, 1 and 2. There is an argument we could have Bunker Strike to try to keep the Phoenix Dragon for later, so this was a misplay. I should have played Bunker Strike first, dug to try to find other low levels and keep my Phoenix Dragon alive for a future turn. We're going to bring Dragonic Slayer in to pop this card, and it is a Phantom Bind. Glad we hit it. Let's Dragonic Resonance. Then Bunker Strike's effect. We already have 1 Phantom Bind, so I'm going to send these off to the bottom. 1 and 2. And I think I might have actually misplayed again. If they have Widespread Ruin, they're able to destroy my Dragonic Slayer now. Oh, and with a Dark Ruler Battle Slash, they can actually get rid of my back row too. This is interesting. Let's see what they do. Okay, they don't activate it. So they are probably waiting for me to attack the Yami Ruler. However, my plan is to simply pass turn and use my Phantom Bind to protect my monsters. Specifically, I want to keep Dragonic Slayer around more than anything. But I also really didn't want to swing in with Bunker Strike, get hit by the -400 plus Trap Destruction, and then just kind of blow up. Because they would have gotten rid of this, killed this monster, and also been able to attack Dragonic Slayer on their turn. However, my trap card is safe and sound now. Kime Ruler is going to be summoned and probably switch the Dragonic Slayer over to defense mode, which is unfortunate. Oh, they head straight into the battle phase, which means Phantom Bind is going to put in work. They take 700, though they are going to be able to clear out Dragonic Slayer, which is fair. They didn't use anything like Widespread Ruin last turn, so we probably know that it's more likely to be the middle card than anything else. We can summon out Triad Drago and Dragorite to draw an additional card. Note that the final Phantom Bind is at the very bottom of the deck. Next up, we are going to Tribute Summon 1 and 2 for Dragonic Slayer. Let's activate it and pop that back row. The newly set one. It is another Phantom Bind. That is pretty interesting. We can set one, and then we theoretically could go ahead and use Dragius here, but that doesn't seem like the right play at all. I do still think there's probably a Dark Ruler Battle Slash, but would there be two of them? I'm not sure. That said, I think I am just going to go ahead and... Oh, that's an interesting position. I could go for Dragius and pass. Let's go here and see what they do. Thank you for the follow, Madeline. Hope you are having a great evening. Have you been playing in the Rush Festival at all? Wait, they set another card. And they go into battle, meaning they are going to lose their monster once again. And now that they don't have any face-up warriors, we do not have to worry about the opponent destroying our trap cards with a Battle Slash. Here comes another Dragonic Slayer. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Let's destroy this one more time. And this time we finally hit the Widespread Ruin, which is all we really wanted to see. However, we are going to go even further, retributing off Dragonic Slayer for a second Dragonic Slayer. Let's go ahead and activate the effect, popping one more back row. Then we summon Twin Edge Dragon, and there's the Battle Slash that I've been playing around for several turns. We discard a card, and then we are going to boost up Twin Edge Dragon and Slayer before activating Dragius' effect. We lose our own Widespread Ruin, but that is fine with me. They should be going down. They might have the final Phantom Bind. Oh, it's called the Earthbound. That doesn't do very much. That monster should not have enough defense to actually stop the attack. So let's go ahead, swing in. Oh, and I messed up. I actually should have had Dragius destroy one of the monsters. Luckily, we are dealing over 5,000 damage, so we are going to just finish the game, even though we don't get the extra attack with Dragius. That was a really fun game, so I'm going to go ahead and send them a nice. I already hit the second stage day 1, but not in a rush to get points for stage 2. Yeah, that's totally fair. I'm doing pretty well myself. My internet was not functioning this morning, but we got it working, so I'm finally able to stream. I played a little bit on my phone. My initial plan was to stream all of my games, but with it being down all day, I decided to just get a head start, clear out the challenge stamp mission, and kind of see what's going on. Alright, so we have a pretty strong opening hand. Once again, as always, we would have preferred to be going first, but we'll get a string of going first later. We're getting all of our going second games out of the way now. Also, I see my opponent is using the Rush Festival sleeves and mat, which I definitely agree with. I think they look fantastic. especially compared to a lot of the other sleeves, or more specifically the mats. So many of them just have like a giant Duel Links logo on them that it's not really that interesting to use. A Seraph of Darkness in attack mode, presumably they are going to be tributing these off. I can't imagine leaving a bunch of weak monsters in attack mode. However, oh, a Yami Ruler does make sense. But they are playing Roa, and that means they can't be using Dark Arts of Celerity. Are they playing the wrong character? Or, what skill do you all think they are using? We draw some level 7s, which is not great. Getting Yami Ruler locked means we are going to potentially brick on the next turn. Yeah, everyone is using Luke, for sure. I haven't seen too many Roas, but I think you are right, they are the second most popular. Oddly enough, I've seen 2 or 3 players on random other characters, but they are playing a heavy metal aggro deck anyway. So instead of using the skill, they're probably just on like life point gain or something like Black Dragon Rising. Alright, so they are going to be able to probably clear out my field pretty efficiently here and establish multiple big monsters. In order to reestablish the board and take control, I am going to need 3 low-level monsters, including a Sports Dragon Slugger, which is going to be a difficult thing to ask for. Currybot means they are presumably also bringing out a 1 tribute monster. Oh, it's a second Yami Ruler? That is insane. And then they have the Nandas. Very interesting. And a Pierce for huge damage. I think this one, we're just getting bullied out of the game. Not too much we can do there. Sometimes it is what it is. If this was like a Triad Drago or something that could at least block the attack, I'd feel a little bit better. But yeah, we get a 3rd level 7, so let's just go ahead and let them finish me off. It is worth noting we are only running 6 tribute monsters, but I feel like I am bricking fairly significantly. A lot of the losses I'm just getting kind of pushed out of the game without being able to play too many cards. I will send them the nice, and we will head on to the next one. Hopefully, 10,000 does not actually prove to be a full... Oh, I'm back down to 8,000. I thought I had one more win than I actually did. Alright, and we are going second again. I think that is 4 games in a row. Our hand, not looking great, but if they don't get any trap cards, we can at least summon a Dragius, assuming we draw a low level, and try to get into the game that way. Wolfing in attack mode, presumably getting tribute summoned. No, they just pass. And we do manage to draw a card, so we are totally in this game. Let's go ahead and summon Dragius, toss down the Phantom Bind, and clear out the 2 attack position monsters. Presumably, even if this face down card is something they want to protect, it's not going to be a huge deal breaker. Swing in 1 and a swing in 2. If they are running the flames or the Wolfangs over the Fire Golems, they are probably either on Dark Magician or the Road Magic Explosion deck, both of which are a little bit underwhelming, so we should have a little bit of an advantage here. Torn of the Windweaver can switch Dragius over to defense mode, but it's not enough to clear it because I have a Phantom Bind. They are going to need a second big monster. They toss a 7's Road Magician, implying that they probably have a lot of high-level monsters in their hand. They put the 7's Road Magician back into the deck, and here comes something. Dark Sorcerer, not quite enough. However, with 7's Axel Road, they are going to be able to beat Dragius. My Phantom Bind is only worth 200 right now. The Recovery Force definitely helped them out a little bit here. They set a card, and I will be taking 2,400. Oh, interestingly, they'd actually just decide to swing in with Torna and give me the extra 400 life points. Hopefully we draw a low level so we can summon the Slayer. And we do. Do we have a Slugger? We have a Slugger but no pitcher. So we can just set 1. 2, we want to keep Lesser Dragon because we are not going to discard any cards with the Twin Edge Dragon this turn. Additionally, it goes up to 1700, which is just enough to beat over Torna. This is actually a pretty solid response. We are going to completely clear their board, including the trap card, thanks to Dragonic Slayer's effect, and with Widespread Ruin face down, they are going to have a really hard time getting over our field next turn. Let's head into the battle phase and inflict our chip damage. This is going to bring them just under half health, and the most threatening board they can typically establish on a turn is a 2800 copy of Witch plus a Magician. However, Magician is going to die to Widespread Ruin, and Phantom Bind has a pretty reasonable chance to lower a Witch below 2300. Here comes a Dark Magician. Do they have the Dark Magic attack? They do not, and that is game. All we have to do is a Widespread Ruin, pop their back row, and swing in. I could have actually used the Phantom Bind here, but it doesn't matter. Activate the skill. No need to BM them. Let's take the minimal number of actions required. And we'll swing in with Dragonic Slayer. Alright, and we are back up to 9,000. Oh, so Rafflesia, what deck are you running? Are you also on Resonance, or are you playing something else? I see over in the ranked reward tickets, we are coming up on the Rush ranked rare ticket. It's kind of disappointing though that they haven't added any new cards to the normal or rare sections. We get everything new seems to be in the SR slot. It would be nice just to see a couple of extra random vanilla monsters. Alright, so this is a pretty interesting opening hand. While the Dragorites are clearly better in attack mode, we are just going to set 5 and pass. Welcome, Shun. At least I assume that's how I pronounce that. Oh, playing Psychic. Makes sense, Rafflesia. Alright, so they are setting 2, but I am expecting a Tribute Summon. They are thinking, probably determining whether or not to go for a Dragonic Slayer. They have a 50-50 shot to hit my Widespread Ruin, which of course would be unfortunate. But if they whiff it, we become ultimately in a really good spot. If their field is a lone Dragorite, then I should be able to break through it. All I need to do is draw any high-level monster, and we are dealing a ton of damage. We see 4 high-level monsters. A little ridiculous, but ultimately not too bad. Let's go ahead and play down this Bunker Strike. 1 and 2. We are definitely using the Twin Edge Dragon's effect, by the way. So we Bunker Strike for just 1. A Phantom Bind. That's interesting enough that I do want to kind of keep it around. Top of deck, we'll return one of these Dragonic Slayers, because I don't want to ditch all 3 of them. Twin Edge Dragon, activate the effect, ditch 1, set Phantom Bind, activate the skill, and we get in for a pretty significant amount of damage. Let's head to battle, swing, and deal 3,000 points of direct damage. Though, thinking about it, maybe I could have put it on the bottom of the deck, because we were going to still have 1 Slayer, and that's probably all we really need. Using Roman and her Psychics in the Go Rush Festival. So, Sean, which variant of the Psychic deck are you using? I know, most people are on the Hangry skill that recently came out, but, Psychic Drive and Climax Beat both are also fairly competent. Right, so we managed to win that one. Pretty lucky that they whipped the Widespread Ruin. We go back above 10,000. Which is fantastic. If we win the next one, we will be back in the top 1,000. Bum, ba, ba, da, bum. Using Climax Beat in the first round. Climax Beat definitely does benefit a little bit from having that new SR ticket card, because that deck is going to be running all of the level 2s anyway, so you get some extra bodies on board easily. And the important part of it is that, like Beast Summoner, it's pretty rare, but sometimes you'll be able to get 3 level 7 monsters on board, which you can't do with monsters normally. I am going second once again, but we actually have a Dragonic Slayer and plenty of low levels to summon it out. 2 Dragorites in attack mode is kind of questionable, but they do set 2 cards down. Let's go and see if we can find a good card. That is an interesting one, but if they have the Widespread Ruin, we don't really want to swing into this. I wish we had just one decent monster to buff with my skill. Alright, so this is going to be an awkward play, but I think if I summon the Slayer, I can try to go for a pop, and then summon the Dragius afterwards. So activate the skill, Dragonic Resonance, and if we hit Widespread Ruin, we can pretty safely go in with Dragius afterwards. Let's see what we hit. It's just a Hammer Crush. Alright, let's see if we get punished. 1 and 2. Activate the effect, and we will start swinging. Let's see what happens. And we actually get it. Alright, 2,000 damage, and they don't have any trap card. Or if they do, it is Recital. Welcome, TPO. How are you doing? So I was pretty surprised I did not get blown out by the Widespread Ruin, but leaving Triadrago on board was definitely not an option. Also, Dragonic Resonance decks should not be running Hammer Crush. These should just be Dragonic Slayers or extra Phoenix Dragons. I am doing pretty well. Had some internet problems earlier, but we are here and streaming. To be set, they have a Gravity Fest Dragon over on the right side. So we are down 1 Slayer and 1 Phoenix Dragon, but we still have 3 effective copies of Slayer in the deck. Let's see what we're able to draw. And we draw pretty well. Sports Dragon Slugger. I could Phoenix Dragon here. The main issue with this play is that I am running out of Slayers for future turns, but we are just going to play it safe, make sure we destroy that back row. Play down the Slugger, and it was another Hammer Crush. Activate the skill, let's boost up our monsters, 1 and 2. Then Dragius' effect, and we should be able to get in here for a clean 2,800 damage. Fire Guardian goes down. Presumably another Fire Guardian. Oh, it's Curse of Dragon. Glad I attacked it with Dragius. This one should be a level 4 or lower, so we're safe there. And then 2,800. Huge damage. They are down to just 1,200, and we have a Bunker Strike ready to go. Oh, tell me about your ranked game. Oh, and they concede. We go up to 11,000. Bum, bum, ba, ba, da, bum. And if we check the ranking, it should be updated. Oh, no, it still says we're at 8,000. So I guess we won't know until later. Sure, TPO, I have a Discord server. Feel free to go ahead and join it and post the link to your replay in there. I'll try to take a look at it later, though sometimes I do forget. Alright, we are up against a Roa, and we are finally going first. And our hand is actually quite good. There is an argument to summon the Dragius out here, but since we are fighting a Roa, I am worried about a Royal Rebels Heavy Metal. So I think ultimately I do need to just play it conservatively and wait. I don't want to lose Dragius without getting any value out of it. We see a Ghost Cyclone to destroy my Widespread Ruin and draw a card. Absolutely incredible opening card. And that is going to put us a little bit on the back foot. Silent Assailant looks like it might just be a generic aggro deck. Unfortunately, when you're playing against Roas, you have to play differently because of the potential threat of heavy metals. I probably could have safely brought out Dragius here based on the way they are playing this. Oh, but let's find out. It is their own copy of Dragius. Triad Drago is kind of the one we want to see stick around, so hopefully they just swing into these two. And they do. So as long as we manage to draw some monsters, Triad Drago is going to get us an additional card. Obviously, we also want to see a Slayer this turn. Not quite lucky enough, but that is fine with me. Sports Dragon, Pitcher. Oh, this is gonna get a little bit awkward. Let's summon out the Pitcher and see what we draw. Dragorite coming down. Draw a card. It's not a high-level monster, which is a bit of a problem. Let's just go here, 1 and 2. And then I don't think we can really risk swinging into this swinging into 2 different back row. So let's just end. And hopefully, oh, they do actually have heavy metals in the deck. Interesting. I think we do have a pretty low chance of making this comeback. Dragius is such a pain to out. We basically need to be able to activate our skill, and we have to be wary of those back row at all times. They summon out 2 monsters, presumably for another tribute summon. Here comes a Summon Skull, able to crash into my Dragius. Pretty unfortunate, and we see Phantom Bind, so we are very concerned about all of these back row. We haven't seen their Explosive Ruin, or Widespread Ruin. Yeah, if they didn't open the Ghost Cyclone, we would have been in a much better position, for sure. Ultimately, we are taking 2,500 this turn. Let's see if we are able to turn it around. Realistically, I only want to see a hand that can summon out 2 copies of Slayer. Obviously, we are not going to get there. We have 2 pitchers, so let's go ahead and start by summoning out Slugger. Slugger's effect, and then we can summon Bunker Strike. What we're going to do is start by summoning Bunker Strike here, with this on the field in attack position to play against a future heavy metal. We can search for 2 more cards, and we still don't find a Bunker Strike. So we're gonna, we don't find a Slayer. So we have no real choice but to just kind of go here and take our lumps. Ultimately, we lose if we don't do anything this turn, so we have no real choice but to start attacking. They have a trap card, obviously. And it's called the Earthbound, redirecting the attack onto the Dragius here. And then we have to try to destroy it, otherwise we just lose. They have another trap card. Barrier, and that is game. We can just go ahead, toss them the surrender, and move on to the next one. Normally, I don't like to concede games before they're actually over. I like to let the opponent go ahead and get the killing blow. But inside of the festival, playing more games is very important. It's a very time-limited event, of course, so conceding when you know you're going to lose lets you get more total games in to try to get that ranking up. My opponent is up first. We do have Dragius to kind of punish whatever they do turn 1. Though, without Slayer, back row cards are going to be a potential threat. Let's see what they go for. They are spending a little bit of time on the draw phase, and they immediately set a card. That's usually a sign that it is Explosive Ruin. If they want to set it immediately, rather than doing it at the end of the turn, So if we draw a Slayer, we can still pop it. But if we don't do anything, then we're also in a lot of trouble. So I think we just have to kind of hope it's not and go in. So 1 and 2. Dragius comes out. Thank you for the follow, TPO. Let's see what we mill. We do mill a third dragon, which is of course pretty threatening. And we can test for a trap card by swinging in like this. They do have a trap card. They don't activate it. Probably because they want me to crash my Dragius in. The thing is, I lose Dragius either way, so maybe it is better for me to actually just force the trap card to come out. Because now, exactly, they have a second card ready to kind of stop me in my tracks. Then they have their own Dragius, and the game goes downhill very, very quickly. Oh, they forgot to use Resonance. That's really interesting, because it means they lose Dragius instead of getting to keep all 3 of those monsters around. I mean, we will take it. I'm not sure that that's enough to cost them the game, but we'll do our best to make this comeback. 2 Slayers, but we don't have any monsters to summon alongside it. That's terrible. And they have their own Slayer, which means my trap card goes away immediately. We needed another low-level monster in order to actually pop a card. We can hope that they're running Barrier instead of Phantom Bind, and that's all we can do. So activate Resonance and go in. It's the only play we have available to us. It is a Barrier, so we survived. And now we have our own Phantom Bind. If they don't get out another Dragonic Slayer, we can protect our own Slayer from 1 boss monster. If they draw into 2, or something like a high-level monster plus a Phoenix Dragon, we do unfortunately just lose the game on the spot. But we are doing our best. If all they can do is summon out 1 boss monster, then we are fine. Ancient Arise Dragon is kind of unexpected. Luckily, they don't have the rest of the cards they need. Phantom Bind should be enough. And now, as long as we draw 2 low-level monsters, we're able to destroy both trap cards and can win the game. Welcome, Shiny Lou. You might be witnessing a big comeback. Let's go ahead, set 1 and 2. Summoning Dragonic Slayer, and this is game. We destroy both trap cards, summon a Winged Dragon, and get in for an absolute ton of damage. This probably is all thanks to them misplaying and not activating their own Dragonic Resonance when they had the chance. Looks like they didn't actually have anything too threatening anyway, but let's go ahead and activate the skill just to make sure I'm not doing anything crazy. 1 and 2, and swing. And they appear to have closed the application out. Gonna take a minute, but eventually it'll pop up with the victory screen for us, and we can go into the next game. Since they rage quit, I won't send them a nice, since they probably would get a little bit upset at that. In any case, let's go ahead and head on into the next game. We're back up to 11,000. And I think this is roughly the peak that we have been at. If we keep playing, my goal is to get to 15,000 or even 20,000 by the end of the night. That should be enough to get us into a pretty good spot, even if it's not top 100, because as we're playing, of course, so is everyone else. So over time, the top 100 becomes harder and harder to reach. Let's go ahead and start a Rush Duel. we are going second one more time. And as usual, it seems we haven't drawn any high level monsters. We are only running 6, so it does make some sense. Let's draw a card, and I'm fine with this. Set a card, and set a card. Finish with Phantom Bind, and pass turn. Theoretically, you could make an argument to summon a Winged Dragon and Dragorite in attack mode, taking out 2 of their monsters, but I don't really see it as a great strategy, because you're leaving essentially 2 low-level monsters on the board for the opponent to smack at. I'd probably take a couple thousand for my troubles. The opponent sets another card. And we'll see what they do. They might not actually have any high-level monsters, which would be pretty interesting. Oh, here comes a Tribute set and a Speedy Reformer. That makes some sense to me. Okay, what do we have? Slayer tributing 1 and 2. Flip summon. Normal summon. Activate the skill. Buff 1 and 2. And now let's destroy one of their face down cards. I'll just go with this one because it's the one they set turn number 1. Getting rid of a Battle Slash. Not a bad start. Let's swing in with Dragorite. Nothing is activated. Now let's make sure we destroy that tribute monster before any potential recitals come into play. Final swing, and it works as well. My opponent goes back up to 5 cards in hand, but I'm expecting a lot of them to be level 4 lower monsters. With only 2 chances to draw a high level, they might not be able to get there. Their set card, by the way, doesn't seem to be a trap. It might just be a Bonded Bowing, or maybe it is another Battle Slash. In any case, it looks like we have plenty of time to activate our skill, just slowly gain an advantage, popping their cards every turn. Let's set a face down, and I was right, it is Bonded Bowing. No tribute monsters on our side of the field, or in our hand I mean. So we are just going to clear out 3 defense position monsters and pass it back to them. Obviously, drawing Dragius would have been amazing, but we are in a pretty strong position anyway. Alright, so we are going into their turn. We know they are just digging for a high level monster. They should have at least 2 low levels in hand, so once they find a level 8, they will be able to summon it. Seahorse Carrier, they almost definitely are getting there, but they do have a couple of warrior monsters in the graveyard, which makes them vulnerable to a Phantom Bind, unless they use Dark Arts of Celerity, which is pretty likely, now that I think about it. I'm definitely expecting them to delay Directive and then switch it back, but if they don't have it, that's actually pretty good for us. Do they summon anything else? They just set a monster. And Piercing Samurai, presumably going for the big push. Oh, they actually choose to delay Directive. Yeah, we don't mind that at all. Let's go ahead. We are just going to go ahead, set this one, and Battle Phase. Let's make sure we clear out anything in defense mode. It could have been a 1400, so I'll give up the 100 damage to do it. And we pass. We don't have an out to this Yami Ruler in hand. But we do have a couple of Phantom Binds to deal with cards like Masaki that might be attacking attack position monsters. Obviously, if they just go for another big oh, see, exactly, like this, Phantom Bind is going to deal a little bit of damage and protect one of our monsters. Now let's turn off the toggle so they don't know we have another one. We will take the damage for sure, And then we aren't under the delay directive, but we don't have any monsters. We know they're running a bunch of piercing stuff, so I think the best play is just to set the Winged Dragon and pass. We don't want to take a full 2500 if we can avoid it. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 warriors in the graveyard. And if I need to, I will turn the toggle back on. Seahorse Carrier is an interesting choice here. They already have so many cards in hand that I wouldn't expect them to be getting a ton of value out of adding this bonus card. But we'll see what happens. Presumably, if they are putting down the Seahorse Carrier, they have another 2 tribute that they are ready to bring out. We are only down 1 tribute monster, so we have about a 5 out of 17 chance, but we do get delay directive. That is unfortunate. Yep, they have the non-des, but they actually aren't able to clear out my field here. Because both of these have 1200 defense, the non-des is going to blank. Ultimately, we just take 8,000 damage, and it's not too bad. Though, I actually might prefer if they did... oh, and a Phoenix Dragon. Unfortunately, we cannot use the Phoenix Dragon here. So, instead we are going to have to set a couple of monsters and pass turn. It might be worth turning on the Phantomine again, as we can protect a monster if non-des swings into the Sports Dragon pitcher specifically. But they tribute it off for Kime Ruler. Kime Ruler plus a Pierce is going to be lethal. Since I obviously can't afford to take 5,000 damage. Masaki itself is fine though. This part's fine. That is fine. And then, you know what, I think that is fine as well. We could have stopped the attack, but it wouldn't have killed anything. So I'd rather just have the extra spot on the board to play more cards. Let's definitely go ahead and use the Phoenix Dragon here. We can ditch Twin Edge, get back Dragonic Slayer. And then what? Let's summon Dragonic Slayer. Oh, but keeping this one around is actually pretty good for the purposes of Dark Arts of Celerity. Oh, but we're already going to have a 0 defense monster on the board anyway. So if they have piercing, and they win. That said, we're also walking into a Dark Ruler Battle Slash here, which is a little bit unfortunate. Let's go ahead and use the skill. Try our best to not die. Activate Slayer, destroy this face down. Then we just set a monster and head into battle. If they have it, they have it. Here's actually a pretty good place for us to potentially not go for it. If they have another Battle Slash, we lose our monster and essentially the game on the spot. So let's just pass. Obviously, we are still losing to piercing, but we were going to do that either way. They set a monster, which is pretty good for us. Let's see how many warriors they have in the graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if they try to deal with Dragonic Slayer, we are going to be okay. If they just have a piercing and try to beat over my other monsters, this could be an issue. Oh, I see I missed some chat messages. Wonder what the next ban list for Rush is. Somehow I hope Carrier is in it. Yeah, I could actually see a limit 3 on the Seahorse Carrier. Though people would probably just go ahead and transition into the Beast Engine. So I'm not sure how much of a difference it's going to make. here comes another Yami ruler. If it was a Kime ruler, we would have been in a lot of trouble. But if they have a Pierce, it still doesn't matter. Okay, Seahorse Carrier is not a piercing samurai. That much is fine. And then I know they distributed off monsters, so let's double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 is not enough. So we will take the damage. That is a ton of damage, though. Oh, but maybe I should have actually just used the Phantom Bind. Because... Wait, am I on delay directived? I am under a delay directive. That makes things a lot rougher. I guess we just have to set 2 and pass. Alright, that is fine with me. How many Kime rulers have we gone through? 1 and 2. So if they get the third Kime ruler, we do die. But if they don't have it, they are pretty close to decking out. Oh, but here it is. Here's the final Kime ruler, ready to end the game. Even though I have Phantom Bind, it is not going to be enough. Monster Reincarnation for even more BM. Kime ruler plus Piercing Samurai, absolutely going to close it out. Theoretically, if this was a widespread ruin, it wouldn't have even made a difference. So they have gotten me. Anyway, what I was trying to say earlier was I think they will definitely hit Dragonic Resonance. But other than that, I'm not sure if any other deck is going to get hit by the ban list. It probably depends on how the results of this thing go. And then while we queue into the next game, I'll go ahead and take a look at the other chat messages I have missed. Alright, Draco Kid was at 18,000. That's incredible. I mean, 11,000 is still good, and you have all weekend to try to get it back up. 18,000 must be pretty close to breaking into the top 100. And I've had the same issue where I'm drawing the wrong levels worth of dragon. However, it's just variance. It's going to happen. Dragonic Resonance needs to only increase the level by 2. I think that would be a little bit too much of a nerf. The main point of the skill is that it lets you activate Dragonic Slayer. So it needs the high level, it needs at least 3 so that Dragorite is able to do it. The nerf I would suggest is definitely just bring it in line to only boost 1 monster instead of 2. That way you can either have Dragonic Slayer beat a 2500 attack point monster, or you can boost the level of a card like Dragorite to activate Dragonic Slayer and get around the Sports Dragon pitcher. Restriction. Basically, you can only do one of the 2 at a time. Starting with a turn 1 Dragius implies to me they probably have a back row. If we draw Slayer, we just win the game immediately. But it's pretty unlikely we actually do so. Oh, and if they have 2 trap cards, then it's even worse. Yeah, alright, we have absolutely nothing here. So let's just set our hand and pass. Unfortunately, if we get Slayered, we get Slayered. And they get 10 cards to dig for it. Even a Bunker Strike is pretty bad for us because it means Dragius is surviving. All they need to do is summon any of their boss monsters, and we aren't going to be able to take out Dragius, which is the one we actually want to deal with. And of course, if it's Slayer, we lose this widespread ruin on top of all of that as well. Double Doom is fine so far. Okay, this is actually not too crazy. We get to keep one of our monsters on board, which is always nice. Though with the Sports Dragons, I guess it doesn't really matter, because we would have been able to bring them back anyway. We'll see which one they give us. If they swing here, actually that's huge, because we would have been able to use the Sports Dragon. But unfortunately, they do manage to take out both of my Sports Dragons. We draw into 2 high levels, This is actually very strong. Let's start with the Sports Dragon pitcher. And then we Bunker Strike. This is useful because we want to save Phoenix Dragon for a later turn if we can. So let's go ahead and activate Bunker Strike's effect. We draw some more low levels. Oh, and a Bunker Strike goes on there. So we do need to dig for high level monsters later in the game. So we are going to go ahead and ditch 1 and 2. Yeah, that's fine. And then 1 plus 1, and then a Slayer. We'll be able to destroy one of the trap cards, and then hopefully not get hit by a widespread ruin. As always, that is the goal of the game. It was just a Music Princess's recital. Definitely hitting a weaker one here, but that is fine. Let's go ahead and see what happens. An interesting play we could have made is to not boost Dragonic Slayer. That way, if they have a widespread ruin, they have to destroy the Bunker Strike. However, Phantom Bind is also pretty prevalent, so I want the most attack I can to make sure I'm not secretly going to just blow up. They are having connection issues, but they choose not to activate anything. They definitely have a trap card, though. We did see one recital already, so they might have a second one to protect the Winged Dragon. Keeping a monster on board, of course, would be pretty useful for them, as it lets them establish 2 boss monster turns a little bit easier. If they ought to have a Sports Dragon pitcher in hand, though, they could definitely choose to save a card like Phantom Bind or the Barrier for later in the duel. They are spending their time thinking, or potentially just having connection issues. I have definitely been in that spot before. Let's go ahead and pass turn, and they are down to about half health while we still have full. We managed to bring a couple of low-level monsters to the bottom of the deck, so we still have 2 Slayers, Dragius, and 1 Phoenix Dragon that we can draw into. With 5 cards and 18 cards functionally in the deck, I really hope we are able to find it. Slayer, of course, is the main one we are looking for, as they have these 2 trap cards, or at least one of them is a trap card for sure. They might have a Dragonic Pressure set as well. They go for it, and they do have 1 Sports Dragon. They find the other one, so we could be taking as much as 4,800 damage this turn, which is a pretty significant slap to the face. We had such a great board presence, but the Dragonic Pressure is coming in clutch for them. They discarded a ton of Sports Dragons, but they just bring out Triad Drago. They might have 2 low-level monsters like Dragorite, which are still able to deal 4,000 damage while establishing a 3-monster board. If that set card is a Phantom Bind, we're not even necessarily safe swinging in with our boss monsters on the next turn, because we do have 9 already, 9 dragons in the graveyard, and we're going to end up with even more soon. We are down to 2,500, which is a little bit threatening. Let's see what we get. We unfortunately do not find any high-level monsters, which is rough. And we know they have a trap card. So we could summon out Dragorite and the Winged Dragon and start swinging in. But that doesn't really work. Because they have a trap card, they're going to force one of our things to trade. But if we just set 3, we're also in a losing position. Because my opponent, all they need is any high-level monster and they win the game on the spot. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I think this one is a loss for us. We had pretty good odds there. We had 3 high-level monsters plus a Phoenix, so we had 4 and 18. I can go run the calc on that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Party. 18, 5-card hand. Tribute. We had 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I guess we did have a 25% chance to whiff, so it happens. The two Twin Edge Dragons are going to run right through the rest of my cards and end the duel. Oh, I just noticed that the music has not been playing. So let's go ahead and refresh that. I wonder how long it's been off for. Click the play button, and there we go. That's why we were losing. We didn't have the theme music. Very important. I'll go ahead and send the nice for landing that sick Dragonic Resonance. And we are, just like that, we are back under 10,000. We're back under 9,000 even. We tried our best. Alright, we are going first, and we see both Phoenix Dragons a little bit too early for my liking. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much of a way to not set one of them. So we'll see what happens. We do have a pitcher. So next turn we can Slugger, assuming we draw into a high-level monster. And of course, drawing no back row either on turn 1 is a little bit rough. Would have loved to draw more cards on the next turn. Luckily, they only have 2 monsters. So this isn't too bad for us. If they're running Fire Guardian, their deck probably isn't super optimized. And we do find a Bunker Strike. So let's go 1. Tribute. And if we draw a high level, or if we mill a high level off of Bunker Strike, that's fine because we can always get it back with Phoenix Dragon. Activate the effect. We mill a Guardian of the Fortress. Going to send these ones to the bottom for sure. One and 2, I guess. We don't really have a good out to a Widespread Ruin here. Do we risk it? This is a tough call. So even if I bring out Twin Edge Dragon and Sports Dragon, I can raise them up, discard the Phoenix Dragon, trade potentially get 3,000 in, but then I'm vulnerable to a barrier. But if I don't do that, I can't actually do anything. I think the safest play is to just set my cards. Let's go ahead, Bunker Strike, and just swing into the low level one. This protects us from cards like the Barrier or Phantom Bind.
All of you guys would worship him if we went out. And I didn't believe that. I was like, no way. And he was right.
We're keeping the Phoenix Dragon around as we need to make sure we actually get a high level on the next turn.
A dance. A stupid dance.
Unfortunately, they are going to summon out a Dragius and just kind of beat us down with pure aggro. We take 2,700 damage. Based on the play last turn, I'm pretty sure their face down card is either Phantom Bind or the Barrier. All we find is a Bunker Strike, and no method to get an extra card. We did send a couple away on the last turn, so maybe that's my fault. This is an aggro deck, so we don't have any use for Phantom Bind. We can go ahead and grab back Bunker Strike. Summon Twin Edge. Summon Bunker Strike. Activate Bunker Strike's effect. We do manage to find a Triad Drago, which can get us to Slayer. Okay, so we need to return these cards to the top of the deck. We'll put Phantombind first, then you, then you. Now we Wing Dragon, Triad Drago, draw the Slayer, Tribute Summon Slayer, and we will be able to clear both of these boss monsters and the back row. And we are safe, hopefully. It was a barrier. Okay. 1 and 2. We need to clear Dragius, obviously. But we do have an opportunity to go for some more damage if we want to get aggressive. YOLO. Fire Guardian can't technically out either of these monsters, so it seems okay to leave it around, though we are obviously risking just dying to a second copy of Dragius on this turn. That said, if they have Dragius, I think it's going to be game anyway. Thunder the Thunder does actually allow them to beat my Dragonic Slayer. We did put another Bunker Strike back on top of the deck. But I'm not sure we're actually going to try to use it. Only one low-level monster is a little bit rough. So I think we have to just set here. Activate the skill. 1 and 2. And then pass again. Because we haven't seen their widespread, so it's really risky to actually attack. We have our own widespread, but we are just simply going to end our turn. We have 2 trap cards to protect our Bunker Strike. Thunder the Thunder, of course, going to weaken out the Bunker Strike. I could have theoretically kept the Slugger in hand, since I don't think it is surviving this turn, regardless of what I do. We see a Summoned Skull. All set to rock, they enter the battle phase, but here comes Widespread Ruin to destroy their boss monster. Fire Guardian, of course, also has enough attack to defeat me, but not when I activate Phantombind, because they are running cards like Dragorite. So they have more than one dragon in the graveyard, and lose the battle. They take out my low level, but now it is my move. I draw a couple of low levels of my own, and we are able to start competing again. Set 1, set 2, Slayer, 1 and 2. You could argue for Dragius to go for lethal here, but I want the Slayer try to get rid of a potential Widespread Ruin. It's another copy of Barrier. 1 and 2. And now we battle. If they don't have Widespread, we should win anyway. Phantombind, that's huge. Unfortunately, we hit the Barrier instead of the Widespread Ruin. We could have won the game if we had gotten the 50-50. Now we are, of course, in a little bit of trouble, especially if they are summoning out attack-resistant monsters. It means they almost certainly have a high-level monster ready to go. Thunder the Thunder, able to weaken Dragonic Slayer, and then a Dragius or something will end the game. Alright, here's their last card in hand. Let's see it. I mean, even a 7-sword Magician is probably enough. But it is the second Dragius, so that is going to be it for us. Unfortunately. I guess we could have played it a little bit more conservatively, but they would have gotten Dragius out anyway. And they would have had an extra monster on board, so I think it would have been a loss either way. I'll send them the nice, and we will go on to the next game. Maybe I'm not as good at Yu-Gi-Oh! As I thought. I'm really struggling to get to even 10,000 power. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Alright, we are up second. Let's see what we've got. A pretty reasonable hand. Especially if you're going second, we're going to be able to destroy a back row. and potentially deal with whatever they bring out. Alright, they are starting with setting a ton of cards. And attack position monsters. Presumably this does mean they are tributing. Oh no, they have a full 3 card set. That is actually pretty threatening. What an intense aura. I'll go ahead and bring out Dragonic Slayer, summon the Winged Dragon. We're going to destroy the first card they set. Just see what it is. Okay, it was a trap card. We can keep the Phoenix Dragon in hand if we want, or we can just set it down. Obviously we're really vulnerable to the Widespread Ruin here. But we are just gonna go in for it. We beat every other trap card in the game, and the Phoenix Dragon in hand essentially just ensures we're able to get a Slayer for the next turn. Where I think they do have another Barrier or Fanabind set face down, which is important to think about. They set a monster, but that doesn't actually mean anything. With Gazelle, they are probably going to be tributing stuff off, unless they are really into the idea of just dealing 100 damage. Alrighty. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully we find another big monster, and we do. We'll go here, then Dragonic Slayer, and then Dragorite. We're going to be able to destroy 2 cards, which is fantastic. If they're playing Gazelle, maybe that means they had something. No, it was just a Ghost Cyclone. Let's go ahead and destroy this one next. It was a Hammer Crush. So they do still have a trap card of some variety, but we know it's not Widespread Ruin because they had it last turn and they didn't use it on our guys. We can go 1 and 2 and start swinging. Deal as much damage as possible. We are playing around the barrier pretty consistently here. And they are down to just 2,800 life points. What is the reward for this? I think there might not actually be anything. I don't know how it works in the KC Cups, but I think the reward is just an icon or maybe like a title in game or something that you can't even really see. Alright, let's see how the next duel goes. Alright, we are up second, up against a Roa Cassidy. Our hand is looking pretty bad. 3 unplayables. Obviously we need a low level in order to compete at all. Luckily they don't play any back row, yet anyway. So let's go ahead and drop the Bunker Strike and try to shore up our hand for next turn. Setting the Fanabind isn't too bad, but we'll see what we get. We ditched a Twin Edge, and we could return 2 Slayers to the top of the deck, which seems fine, I guess. Top of the deck, go 1 and 2 and 3. Then we can get both Fanabinds down, and we know we're drawing 2 level 7s, but we are at least going to have a little bit of protection on the board. And maybe it'll work out. Obviously, there is a big issue here, and that's Heavy Metal can destroy our only monster, and then swing in for 10 billion damage. So setting the being able to set the Triad Drago probably wouldn't have made too much of a difference here. At least as far as I can tell. So this is basically 5,000 damage already. All they need are any other low level monsters, and that is essentially game. Oh, we are actually alive. Somehow. Let's go ahead and Phantom Bind. And then we won't use the other one, just in case we can actually use it on a turn to protect ourselves. So we're drawing 2 Slayers and a Triad Drago. We need another low level. And that works out pretty well. Triad Drago, Phoenix Dragon, and Dragorite. Fulfill the conditions to draw an extra card. If this is also a low level monster, we are in a pretty solid spot. We can Bunker Strike if we want to, or we can summon 2 Slayers, which seems just as good to me. Of course, we do actually just lose to the second heavy metal now, but I don't think there's much we can do about it. Did 3 duels, won 2 and lost 1. Not bad. Yeah, if you're, like we were just talking about, I don't think there are any actual, big rewards for doing well. So feel free to just do your 3 dailies for the gems and hop out if you're not interested in aiming for, the ability to go onto Discord and being like, hey, I'm a top 100 player, or whatever it is you're aiming for. Growl coming out, but they did tribute a goat for it. But here comes Heavy Metal, ending the game. Unfortunately, we didn't get quite what we needed. We'll go ahead and use the Phantom Bind. It's obviously not going to make a difference here. But this has been a pretty brutal loss streak. So, hey Draco, I'm in the same spot as you, just even worse. I played the Rush Duel game on Switch. I played the first one, but not the second one. Alright, we are up first. Maybe that'll help us out a little bit. 4 low-level monsters. Definitely want to set the Slugger for later. This monster actually has defense points, and this one is less consistent than the Dragorites. So I'll keep the 2 1500 beaters for later. The opponent is setting monsters as well, but don't let that fool you. They could very easily be tributing them off for a multi-strike Dragon Dragius and getting ready to smack me in the face. We see a Star Knight, so they are playing a pure aggro deck. We are going to take the full 2500, but hopefully we are able to draw into a nice little tribute monster of our own next turn. And we will see what happens. We only get 3 cards and we don't find it. I mean, we do just lose anyway if we don't get a high level monster. So I'm going to do something I really don't suggest doing often, and that's just gambling on a Triad Drago draw. We don't get it, so we'll go ahead and concede. Moving on to the next round. Send them over a nice... and it's because it was specifically a Dragius that we were staring down. Alright, we are up first. We draw a couple of high levels and a couple of low levels. Let's go ahead and set 2. And the question is, do we get one of these out of our hand? I think it's reasonable to summon the Bunker Strike here, because we don't want to keep 2 level 7s and then Rick on the next turn. Slayer is probably the better one to keep, because so many back row cards can blow us out of the game. Tony, if you do go farm for the top 100, I wish you luck, and I hope you're able to make it. I think my goals are probably going to be top 500 or top 1000. Though, at this rate, it looks like I'm going to be struggling to do either of them. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. My opponent is stuck in the draw phase. Maybe they'll disconnect, time out, and give me a win. That would always be nice. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Bum-bum-bum. So, anyone else who's competing, let me know what your goal is for the Rush Festival. It looks like there are fewer than 20,000 players. As of right now, as on the rankings board, it does say 0. Or 0 points for it. So, I'd say at least you can get top 10,000 pretty easily. Ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-ba-ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. I guess we can just listen out. We can listen to this music for a couple of turns. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum-bum. Bum ba da bum ba da ba 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 da bum bum. Ba 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 da bum ba da ba da bum bum. So let's see. I think I'll probably be trying to stream a little bit over the weekend as well. Usually I'm pretty busy, but it happened to work out so that I am free during this entire event period. So that does mean I have the best chance to get a high ranking in this one than any future ones. Oh, and as I start talking, the opponent does finish timing out, and I will absolutely take the free 1,000 points. Slowly getting about back to where we started. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum, bum, 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 ba-ba-da-bum. Alright, so we are going second. But this is fine. Slayer plus 3 low levels is exactly what we're looking for. And this time, we actually want to see them commit to a level 7 monster like a Dragius plus a set 1, so we can pop it with Slayer, draw a card with Triad Drago, and overall just completely walk over them. If they do just set 3 monsters and pass, it's fine, and it's probably the right play. They do set 1, which is still pretty good for us. We're going to be able to get some free value. Let's go ahead, set, and set. Then Dragonic Slayer can come down. 1 and 2. And none of these are tribute set monsters, so we want to just boost the 2 low levels that we are going to summon alongside the Slayer. The real draw of this is, of course, that we are guaranteed to clear out their entire board, and we're going to destroy the back row as well. Otherwise, maybe sometimes setting 3 yourself is also a good play. Getting rid of the Widespread Ruin is fantastic. And it's a good thing we had those buffs on the level monsters, as Triad Drago is able to wall out to an Edge Dragon without the boost. Let's go ahead and pass over to the opponent. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-bum. Alright, here comes a Sports Dragon. Looks like they might be getting their own double boss field to counter mine. A Dragius is pretty threatening here. I am so not ready for this. Bum ba da bum ba da bum ba da bum. Oh, I just realized I missed some chat messages. Max power in day 1 in like an hour and a half. Oh, that's pretty good. Sorry you're not a big fan of the deck though. What is it that you don't like about it? Oh, this is rough. We have nothing. All we can do is set 3 monsters and pass. If we get hit by the Slayer, it's all over. We had such a great start this game. It's really unfortunate we weren't able to find another monster. And here comes Dragonic Slayer. That is unfortunately really gonna just do it. I would be really surprised if we managed to somehow win this game. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Alrighty. Luckily we actually didn't take any damage that turn. And now we have a chance. Alright, it might be time for a comeback. Let's use Sports Dragon Slugger to revive Sports Dragon Pitcher. Then we summon out Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Next up, we are going to need Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon's effect will recycle the Dragonic Slayer that we lost earlier. Send a 1, get 1. Winged Dragon comes out, and we summon Dragonic Slayer. This is going to boil down to whether or not we are able to successfully destroy whatever cards are threatening us. If these are both trap cards, we probably are losing anyway. We destroyed a Pressure, which is good, but it does mean we are still pretty vulnerable to running into an opposing trap card. Let's start the battle phase and clear out the defense position monster first. They do have something, which is hugely unfortunate to see. Any battle trap is able to stop us here, and it's probably a Phantom Bind. That said, I think we have to swing in like this. And then we have no choice but to pass turn. If they have a trap card, there are no trap cards that don't stop Slayer from beating Dragius. There's nothing that's only like a 200 attack debuff. They set 2, but if they tribute them off, obviously we are getting rolled over. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Okay, so it's not meant to be a female Shrek model, but it's one that one of my friends made recently. Luther says, Dragonic Resonance is a very good deck. Bunker Dragon is the best in the deck to smooth out the draws, but the amount of people that play it makes it feel worse to play. Hallen, I was at like 12,000, but I am currently down to just like 7,000. Maybe 6,000 after this game. We draw another Slayer, which is nice. But I'm not sure it's gonna be enough. Pitcher, revive you. And then we need to Bunker Strike and turn our last 3 cards into another low level, plus the Slayer. So let's see if we can do it. Slayer, or Bunker Strike's effect. We will return the traps to the bottom of the deck because they don't seem particularly useful in a matchup that's all about destroying spell and trap cards. We will set 2, summon out Slayer, and we'll use the effect to pop the card that we know they had last time That was stopping us from attacking. Activate the effect. We are going to destroy a barrier. 1 and 2. And battle phase. They have something again. It's Phantom Bind this time. And we are down to just 100 life points, and that is going to be game. It has not been a very kind Rush Festival to us. Dragonic Resonance boosting up the Bunker Strike, and that'll do it. I wonder if there are any additional ways to draw cards that I could be using. Well, so far I've noticed I've been losing a lot to the opponent having trap cards I can't really out. I could theoretically add more into my deck, but not having enough low-level monsters has also been coming up a lot. So it's really hard to say for sure what I should be doing. I'm pretty sure Phantom Bind is the right trap to be playing because of how common the Resonance matchup is. But maybe it's possible that I shouldn't be running any traps at all and simply using more monsters to smooth out my draws and deny my opponent's Dragonic Slayers from getting value. That's certainly an option. Maybe I'll try it on a different day. Oh, they played nothing. They must be just farming for the points. If that is the case, we will go ahead and try our best to end the game quickly. 1 and 2. Activate the effect. Discard a card. Oh, and they just concede. I guess maybe they weren't trying to farm for the daily gems. They just drew poorly. Alright, and we are back to 8100. Hopefully we are able to re-reach our peak. We are going to need a bit of a win streak to do so, but I have faith in my cards. And like Luke says, when you believe in your cards, the cards believe in you. Or something. Alright, we are up second. And we draw 3 Sports Dragon pitchers plus a Slayer. We would like probably a 4th low level that's a little bit different. Oh, hi there, Shiny Lou. Those are some interesting emotes, but I can't read what they actually are. I see there's a Karibo and then like a penguin. But what do they mean? Alright, yeah, this is more or less what I was looking for. Setting 2 of these, summoning out the Slayer. And then I would really like to have, you know, not all 3 pitchers, but we can destroy 2 of the monsters, which is always a bit of an okay start. I am losing access to a Slayer because I'm going second, and being forced to play reactively, without getting value by destroying one of their trap cards. So we just pop 2, and a pitcher is in the graveyard. If the final card is a Slugger, we get totally punished, but we'll see what happens. Okay, let me check. So it's a Karibo and then a Pride Penguin. Oh, is the penguin saying something? No, it's wearing flowers. So why is the penguin gay? Alright, they do have a trap card finally, so we are going to get some value. I think I Bunker Strike here for sure, because this is going to help me get to a Twin Edge, which is what I need in order to break through and start dealing damage. Let's activate Slayer first. Might as well just destroy the card because we can. It was a Hammer Crush, really interesting. And we lose our own Widespread Ruin, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Return cards to the deck. Triad Drago seems like a good one to have access to later. Slayer we don't need this turn either. And Phoenix Dragon can always be helpful. So we're gonna bring out Twin Edge Dragon, activate the effect, ditch our Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, set a Phantom Bind, activate our skill, boost up our monsters, and now we should be able to get in for 2,800 points of direct damage. Swing over 1, swing over 2. Bunker Strike can go ahead and destroy the last one. And Slayer gets in for a big direct hit, dealing nearly half of Luke's life points in one blow. We also have our own trap card ready to protect us, but of course they haven't seen any high level monsters yet, so the odds of a Slayer are pretty reasonable. And with these sports dragons, they might actually be able to summon out 2 high level monsters in one turn. They're starting with Dragius, who by itself is not actually a threat. However, if they have 2 more low levels plus a Slayer, then we are in trouble. Here comes a Phoenix Dragon. Oh, but that means they're just getting Fire Guardian. We are totally fine. Oh, wait, they just discarded the Gravity Fest Dragon to add back the same Gravity Fest Dragon. Just flexing on us a little bit here, huh? Gravity Fest discards a pitcher. They have 9 dragons in the graveyard. And that means Dragius dies when it attacks either of these monsters. Not gonna use anything there, of course. And I think I even let that one go through too. If they choose to attack, we will pop it. Perfect. And now we win the game. I know for a fact what our next 3 cards are. And it is over. All we have to do is summon out a couple of monsters. 1 and then 2. We summon out the Dragonic Slayer. And we win. This is 2,300 and this is at least 200. So battle phase it up and let's not waste any time. Swing in for game. Yeah, I think the art in Rush Duels is definitely a huge step up from a lot of the stuff you see in regular Yu-Gi-Oh! You can take a look at the retrained cards for a really good example. Or sorry, not the retrains, the imports. So many of them just look so much better after their glow up. Cards like Mountain are really, really impressive. Alright, and we are up against a Yuga next. I think the last one I saw was on someone's Axel Road, a deck that a lot of people have started to stop experimenting with, but I think it's really strong. We do see a 35 card deck, so maybe they're playing a stall variant instead. We'll draw for turn. Pitcher definitely wants to go down. Lesser Dragon makes sense as well, and we'll do Phoenix Dragon as we have no high levels to make use of the effect. We are keeping the Triad Drago, as if they go ahead and out our board, this is a chance to draw an extra card and to make it easier to summon boss monsters. They start with 2 face downs and a Dark Sorcerer. They could be on anything. There's no actual info being gained by this. Theoretically, I could, if I put the Triad Drago, there would have been a small chance Thunder the Thunder runs into it, but I don't really mind where we are right now either. We do the Slugger, but we're not able to use the effect because they didn't leave us with no monsters on board. So it's like we got the effect for free though. We already have what we want, which is a low level and the Slayer, but using this lets us filter for additional cards that might change our mind. We find a Phantom Bind and a Triad Drago. Losing the Phoenix Dragon is pretty unfortunate. But let's see here. If they're on a deck like 7's Axel Road, Phantom Bind isn't going to do anything. And if they're on aggro, the same is true. So let's go ahead and put it on the bottom of the deck. 1, and then Triad Drago's a little bit better, but if it's at the very bottom of the deck, it's not going to do anything. Triad Drago, therefore, is the better card to send. We set another monster, and then we summon Dragonic Slayer. We're going to be able to destroy one of the 2 face-down cards, and even if they have a Widespread Ruin, we have a relatively strong board despite it. I'm expecting if they are on 7's Axel Road, we might be seeing a Recovery Force. It is a Phantom Bind, but Phantom Bind is not big enough yet to actually destroy our cards. So let's head into the battle phase and swing and see what happens. they do have a trap card, but they don't activate it, implying it is either barrier or a second Phantom Bind. It's not Recital, and it's probably not Widespread Ruin. We have our own Phantom Bind, but with only 2 monsters in the graveyard, it's really unlikely to come up, especially against a 7th Road Magician. Mystic Dealer is going to put a couple in there. One thing it might actually come up against, though, is a card like Axel Wonder Splat. If they have a 2400 attack point monster, then we could be in a good spot. However, 2800 is going to be a little bit high. 1, 2, 3. We would need them to have 5 spellcasters in the graveyard, and it's looking like they're only going to have 4, which is really unfortunate for us. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and here comes a Recovery Force, completely shutting off our Phantom Bind this turn. We'll turn the toggle to off so they don't see anything out of the ordinary. 7-Sword Witch coming in. 2800, summoning a huge 7-Sword Magician. They did probably misplay here. They should have waited to use 7-Sword Magician's effect before they activate the Recovery or the Elemental Road. 27, but with only 1 spellcaster, it's fine. I don't get to punish them this turn. We'll keep the Phantom Bind around for later. Maybe we can at least bait a Hammer Crush or something along those lines. Alright, it is now our move. But no high-level monsters is really rough. And of course we've lost both Phoenix Dragons. And last turn we even Bunker Striked 2 non-high-level monsters to the bottom of the deck. I think. Yeah. So, not much we can do here. I think we just have to pass after setting some cards. Luckily, Torn of the Windweaver is their main way to deal over this kind of stuff, so it's not too bad, given that we are able to set monsters that all have decent attack stats. Though we do actually see they are running a copy of Pierce, but we know the face down card is a trap because it was able to be activated earlier. So the odds of 2 Pierce is really unlikely. Hammer Crush coming down, and that's exactly what I meant. Phantom Bind was not going to give us a ton of value, but it did let us just get rid of 2 cards from the opponent's hand, though it would have been way better if we actually were trying to force them to build a board this turn. They're able to just clear out 3 monsters for free. We do have the Sports Dragon, so even if we draw 2 high-level monsters, we should be okay. We find Dragius, but I feel like that is not going to be enough on its own. Let's go ahead and bring out Slugger for pitcher. Summon a Dragius. And it's pretty rough because we know they're on Phantom Bind, which is probably enough to just kind of run over us. Let's summon the Dragorite and see what we can do. Yeah, we only have 1 non-dragon in the graveyard. So let's just go for it. They have something. They're probably gonna use it here. They don't, which means it's probably not Phantom Bind. If it's the barrier, how does that affect the right play? Is trading with 7's Road the right play if it's only a barrier? Or do I leave it around? Because if we get 2 of them, we take a real ton of damage. I think I just go for this. As long as we can survive 1 more turn, we might be able to pop the remaining card and win the game. Recovery Force, of course, is making our Phantom Bind pretty much useless once again. Alright, have a great night. Have I tried a Rise Dragon, or do I think Dragonic Resonance is stronger? I've played the Rise Dragon deck a fair amount, but I do think Dragonic Resonance is the better deck. I haven't played the Rise Dragon deck in Stage 2, if that's specifically what you're asking. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and 7's Axel Road, of course, to boost it up. No. They certainly don't have 9. So only 1100. We might be able to win. Let's picture this one, Bunker Strike. We're going to have 2 cards in hand after this play. Yeah, and our remaining cards are a ton of high-level monsters, which is kind of threatening. Okay, we're going to have 2 cards left after this play. Send to the bottom of the deck. 1 and 2. Set. Dragonic Slayer. Based on the previous turns, I'm pretty sure they only have access to a card like the Barrier, except for the one new card they have set. So we need to destroy that one. It was another Barrier. Alright, we go in and we just try to do our best. See if we can land the winning blow. This is going in for 1200 damage. And we get there. That was a very close game. But somehow we managed to just barely get lucky. And I think it's because they only were able to find a 1/7 Road Magician, and it was the one they searched out. That brings us back over 10,000 points. Hopefully, we can keep it this way. Akuma says they're in stage 2 and enjoying a Rise Dragon. Yeah, a Rise Dragon is definitely another strong deck. I think there are going to be players using a Rise Dragon in the top 100. I just think the Resonance deck is eking it out for my personal choices. Being able to have a consistent back row answer is probably the biggest thing going for it. Alright, we are up first. Phoenix Dragon doesn't do anything this early in the game, so we have to just kind of set it and see what happens. We'll toss down the Phantom Bind, but we're gonna turn it off because there's no chance it actually saves us this turn. Right, and they are just kind of stalling in the draw phase for a little bit. I was hoping it would be another free win, but they have the Hammer Crush immediately. That said, if they are spending 2 cards to get rid of a Phantom Bind, and they're running a card like Dragon's Sage, I could be in a pretty good spot. I think after they commit 2 cards to removing 1 spell or trap, as long as we draw a decent hand going into our turn, we're going to be able to punish this a lot. Let's see how it goes. All we need is a high-level monster, and we find, arguably, the best one for this position. Let's go ahead and summon out Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Then we can summon Dragorite, and we can theoretically push for even more damage if we go for Twin Edge Dragon, but then we risk not actually dealing the direct attack at all. So instead, we're going to summon Dragorite number 2. Oh, we don't actually have the boost. Yeah, without access to Dragonic Resonance, this is definitely the right play. Swing in here, and then take out both of the opposing defense position monsters with our Dragorites. It looks like the Twin Edge Dragon could have done an extra 1,500 points of damage, but they're so low, I think this is still a better play. We have Triad Drago, if they do manage to out our board, so hopefully we'll be able to find the cards we need. They start by setting a card face down right away. Then they set more monsters, but they might tribute these ones off. You can't really tell for sure until they end the turn. And here we go, Dragonic Slayer. Luckily, I don't have any spell or trap cards, so that works out for me. We see they are running a Dragonic Resonance deck after all. They're just running some really odd choices. That said, with 2 trap cards, they could definitely get there, especially if I whiff this turn. Okay, we find Bunker Strike. That's a great start. And we even have a Triad Drago plus 2 level 4 monsters. Let's see if we can dig into a Slayer. We're not going to get a ton of cards, just because they only have 1 monster on board. But maybe we'll get lucky. Let's activate Bunker Strike's effect. We send a Slugger to the graveyard, and we're going to send a Twin Edge to the bottom of the deck. Then we will summon Twin Edge, I guess. Summon a second Bunker Strike. We'll activate the effect one more time. We sent the Slayer we were looking for, unfortunately. We'll send a Dragorite to the bottom of the deck. And we're actually just going to set the Winged Dragon here, as if we do get through, we win. And if we don't get through, then we don't get through. Let's go ahead and proceed to battle. They definitely have some kind of trap card set. It's Widespread Ruin. Probably going to destroy the one that is attacking. And then if they have a Phantom Bind or something, we could lose. But I'm going to go for it. Hopefully it is only a barrier. Alright, they don't activate the trap card. Milling the Slayer might not be all bad if we have access to the other Phoenix Dragon in the deck. So we still have 3 Slayers functionally available to us, and we're drawing 4 cards. Here come 2 low-level monsters, and a third one. Definitely summoning out a huge monster. Have to be aware. They have a Prismatic Slayer and a Prismatic Hammer Crush. They probably spent a decent amount of money on the box. Here comes a Dragius. Yeah, and we do have to think about how many boss monsters we've gone through. We've lost 4 of our 6 high-level monsters, so there are only 3 left. And they're all Slayers, which is interesting. They do actually choose to attack with the Dragius. I was hoping they would Lesser Dragon in, but they do get the 1200. Alright, all we need to do is find some high-level monsters. Let's see it. We see a Slayer. I think that's good enough. Slugger. Slugger, get Pitcher. Special Summon. Dragonic Slayer. And then remember, we use the Sports Dragons, so we're only going to be able to attack with one of these anyway. So we'll summon the Twin Edge Dragon, give it a boost. 1 and 2. Activate Dragonic Slayer. Destroy this one. Activate the effect of Twin Edge Dragon, discarding our monster, setting a card, and we head into battle. We swing for 300, then for 300 more, and we're going to close it out with Twin Edge Dragon's second attack. Yeah, and Rafflesia, I'd say I'm doing the same thing. I happen to be above 9,000 right now, but it has been an up and down struggle for sure. And I can definitely see myself slipping one more time. Alright, we get 8,000 points for the win, putting us almost up to 12,000. Let's see what we run into next. I am glad we managed to win that one. Our deck was definitely more fine-tuned than the opponent's. We saw Dragon Bats, Sages, Draco the Tinies, etc. Oh, and it looks like we were not able to make that matchmaking happen. We'll give it one more try. Oh, and it looks like we just crossed the 2-hour mark. And we have not gotten very far. Well, I guess we did start at 8,000, so we are technically up a little bit. Alright, we are up first. That is what we like to see. We set 1 and 3 face downs. No need for a Dragonic Slayer. We want to save it so we can actually get value with it on the next turn. We are even setting up a Sports Dragon pitcher for it later. And if they don't actually tribute summon, then we'd be in a really good spot. But they are going through the process right now to summon a multi-strike dragon, Dragius, which is rough. Dragorite, they probably are going to get in for this full damage. They don't drop any spell or trap cards. I could protect myself with the Phantom Bind here, and it's actually probably a good idea. Oh, I messed up. I had a chance, if I didn't turn off the thing, for Winged Dragon to stop this direct attack, which would have saved me a ton of life points and kept a low-level monster on field as fodder for Slayer. That's a huge misplay. We do draw Slugger, which is nice to see at least. And it's also worth noting, using the trap card early is good because we're playing against a deck that's probably running a ton of Dragonic Slayers anyway. Now we summon out the Slayer. Oh, but we could go... It's the eternal question of whether or not to keep the Phoenix Dragon around. I'm gonna go with no. At least this time. I'd like to see us make some progress on the enemy's board. So we'll set the second Phantom Bind, go ahead and activate our skill. 1 and 2. Battle phase, destroy Dragius, and then because we have Phantom Binds, the extra 100 attack might matter. We're going to destroy the 1500. Keep in mind, they have 5 dragons currently in the graveyard. So 0 non-dragon monsters. Anyway, definitely a huge misplay for me to not use it on the last turn. Keeping a monster on... I would still have lost all of my monsters because of Dragius. But not taking 2500 damage is a very significant amount. Let's see what they draw into. If they don't draw any high levels, there's always like a chance of whiffing high levels. Probably like 20% on any given turn. But Monster Reincarnation is pretty brutal. Personally, I'm not running it because I run 2 Phoenix Dragon. But if they summon the Dragius here, we do have a Phantom Bind. So this isn't as bad as it seems. We probably do make a pretty good turn here. They set a card, but our Slayer is totally safe. Obviously not activating it on this attack. I will gladly take 1300 damage. And Dragorite destroys that one. And then they probably pass. Wow. I can't believe they actually went for it. Phantom Bind is going to completely destroy that Dragius. We have a free Slayer on board to pop their face down. This is looking pretty good. We draw Dragius of all cards. And that's going to be just game. There's no way they survive this. Summon Dragius, pop their face down. We have 5 attacks. This is well over 6,000 damage. Slayer uses the effect, destroys 1. Double Doom, Twin Edge Dragon's effect is next, and then we boost up. 1 and 2. Swing in, and swing in again. A clean victory for our deck. We did see a Clear Ice Dragon come out of nowhere, so it's possible they were on Arise Dragons the whole time. I think we did see a Hammer Crush, but that was actually last game. Alright, we make it over 12,000, which is nice to see. I think this might be a new high. Let's see if the rankings are updated. 10,000, we were at 1,100. Unfortunate. What is the new threshold for top 500? Or 100. Oh, we don't see 500. We do see still, though, fewer than 20,000 people have won games. Interesting. Alright, let's see how we do. We're at 12,000. Can we get higher? Alright, and they are up first. If we draw another low-level monster, that's not too bad, as we can summon Slayer plus Dragorite and set a card. But it does require drawing another low-level monster, especially if they're setting up with attack position monsters on turn 1. A Prismatic Dragius. They are set to go far. Alright, one set is fine. Show me a low level and we win the game. Not bad. Set 1. Set 2. Dragonic Slayer. Dragorite coming out, and Dragonic Resonance is going to be pretty big. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. 1 and 2. Pop that back row. Don't want any barriers, Phantom Binds, or Widespread Ruins ruining this attack. Swing in, and we get a huge early lead. Of course, they could always go for a Slayer on their own turn and strike back. So this game is not won just yet, despite what I said earlier. It's just a large advantage. They need to draw pretty well, and then we need to not draw very well. Pitcher is a good start if they have any sluggers. They don't. Twin-Edged Dragon, always threatening because it can swing twice. Phoenix Dragon, also quite a powerful card. But if they are going for a Dragius again, it would not be a winning strategy. We do see they choose to simply go for the Dragonic Slayer, which is going to be able to clear out the board and then potentially even swing in to trade Twin-Edged Dragon into Dragorite. And they set another card for later. Alright, we're going to have to draw an out to this Slayer if we want to win. Welcome, Zafallen. I'm doing pretty well. Had some rough internet earlier today, but it is fine now. Do we have a Slugger? We do not. But that is okay. We have Phoenix Dragon. We have Sports Dragon Pitcher. And we have a Triad Drago. Let's go ahead and draw ourselves a card. Then let's Phoenix Dragon. We will get rid of the Slugger. We get our own Slayer back here. Oh, but I do have 3 really weak monsters on board, which is a little bit concerning. I probably could have sequenced this a little bit better. Not going to lie. I could go for another Triad Drago draw, but that is asking for trouble. Let's just activate our skill and get in for the damage we can. We want to make sure this trap card gets destroyed before we enter the battle phase. Here we go. I mean, this is still pretty significant damage, so I can't complain too much. They are down to 900. But I think we could theoretically lose if they get, like, a perfect hand. Like, Sports Dragons plus Triad Drago to just get a full board, including, of course, Dragius here is going to be able to clear out both of my big monsters. They even get rid of a dead Ghost Cyclone. Looking a little bit rough. Oh, I could have kept Phoenix Dragon around instead of the Triad. That would have been 200 less damage. Hopefully I don't lose by exactly 200. And a Gravity Press. Okay, so we are losing the board here, but this should be pretty far off from lethal. And then 2,800 into 1,500 is game. So if we just draw another boss monster, we can do it. Alright, show me a level 7. We find Dragius. Dragius is 1,000. That is fine with me. Sports Dragon Slugger. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Sports Dragon Pitcher. Tribute 1 and 2. And we just go in for game. No need to drag this out any more than I need to. Okay, go ahead and concede before I proceed to the battle phase. And that puts us at 13,000. This is a new record. Let's see how high we can climb. We would need a very good win streak in order to reach anywhere resembling the top 100. But we are going to do our best here. 13,000 puts us in the top 1,000. Welcome, Kai, or Key. And we're up against a Mimi deck. Could be anything from Disco Fever to Aggro. We are up first, and we have a pretty good opening hand. We can just set 3 cards and safely call it a turn. Pile siding up a Sport Dragon pitcher for the future. Bunker Strike should be able to help us unbrick if we draw poorly next turn. And these decks usually don't have anything outside of Torna for piercing damage. Or maybe Dragius. Okay, but we see a Bubbly Elf, meaning it's probably a Disco Fever. Disco Fever is going to have no trouble actually getting over the board, but we see a Gravity Fest Dragon, which is pretty good for us. That's not a very impressive monster, and it doesn't help them inflict any damage this turn. Seahorse Carrier to recycle Bubbly Elf, presumably a Dion Keto. Oh no, they just Disco Fever right away. This is an incredibly weak opener. But they do have a set card, so if we don't find Slayer, we could be in trouble. That said, Disco Fever decks are also likely to be running a couple of spell cards like Party 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 and Triple Threat Thunder, so the odds of this being a trap are lower than usual. That said, I still wouldn't mind seeing a Slayer here. We do not. That's fine for now. We can start with Triad Drago and Wing Dragon. Then we can filter with Bunker Strike. See what we find. 1 and 2. And we're gonna get to draw 3 cards. I mean, we have to put them back, but that's not too bad. A Phoenix Dragon and 2 Phantom Binds. We're gonna end with 2 cards. It's probably just the Phantom Bind and the Dragorite seem like a fine play. It provides some insurance against Widespread Ruin by leaving us with a monster on board. We could also keep Dragius, but that doesn't seem great. Phoenix Dragon is pretty important here, so I'm hesitant to put them on the bottom of the deck. But we don't have a Slayer yet, which is really what I'm looking for. So I think I do have to put them on the bottom and just dig for Slayers. 1, 2, and 3. Dragorite comes out, followed by a Phantom Bind face down. Let's go ahead and activate our skill. Dragonic Resonance boosts these both up, and we should be able to take out the Gravity Press, even if they have Widespread Ruin. They do have the Widespread Ruin, unfortunately. So we pass turn. It's also worth noting maybe this Phantom Bind was not correct to keep. We could have just put the Phoenix Dragon in defense mode as an extra blocker. With so few cards in the graveyard, it's really unlikely I actually get value out of the Phantom Bind this turn. They would need to tribute stuff off and then use a weak monster to attack in anyway. So for now, we are going to turn off the toggle, as we don't want to provide any information that we don't need to. They return a card to hand, but if they're not using all of the cards this turn, this seems like a misplay. But if they did draw a second Dion Keto, which it looks like they did, they are able to gain 2,000 life points, or summon a Bubbly Elf for even more damage. That seems pretty strong. Unfortunately, I am taking way too much damage. And our Phantom Bind is not going to save us here. So let's take 25 and go down to just 300 life. Pretty miserable. Let's see what we get. Phoenix Dragon and a Sports Dragon Slugger. Okay, this might be enough. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Slugger, Revive Pitcher. We could grab another Bunker Strike, but I want to keep this Widespread Ruin for sure. So what we're gonna do is play around Torna, I think. We can't have any other attack position monsters on the board after this. I guess we can just start with Piercing Dragon, Bunker Strike. Keep them both off. See what we get. We do get a Slayer. So we have to put 3 cards back. So we're going to have 3 left. But if I summon 2 monsters, I think I need to go top of the deck. And I will keep these monsters for later. 1, 2, and 3. Then we can just set a couple of monsters. They probably aren't running Pierce. So we go here, activate the skill, boost this up high enough just to beat the Cure Master. And that removes one of the threats from the board, which is all we can ask for right now. I think we do still lose if Torna comes out, as we can blow 1 up, stop a second attack with Phantom Bind, but then 1500 into 1200 is unfortunately enough to end the game. Because we are just so low. It is Torna the Windweaver, and that is all they wrote. We needed to see something else. Like a Gravity Press Dragon, I think we could have actually dealt with. But they do another tribute for Royal Level Growl, and now it's very over. Unfortunately, we were not able to get there. And maybe I shouldn't have kept this Phantom Bind around. If I sent it to the bottom of the deck, we would have taken less damage last turn, and then possibly been able to survive this one. I mean, I guess we Phantom Bind. We take 200, and then we're going to take the rest of the damage when they attack Slugger. But it seems like they are having connection issues. They might have a last-second disconnect that ends the game. Not quite that lucky, though. I will go ahead and give them the nice. We lose less than 1,000, which is nice. 13,000 was a nice amount to be at, though. I see the music has stopped one more time. So we're gonna try maybe switching to a different playlist. Let's go here. Alright, and we are in a Luke Mirror. Alright, we are up first. This is looking like a pretty good hand. We have some cards to set. We have a trap card for later. Overall, not much we can complain about. Obviously, we do have a chance of getting popped by the Slayer. But it is what it is. I'd rather at least be able to get the 4 cards draw next turn. And we're even setting up a Sports Dragon, which is always nice to see. They summon out 3 attack position monsters. And then let's see a tribute. Oh, it's a Burning Blaze Dragon deck. Ancient Forces. And with only 2 monsters in the graveyard, I don't think Phantom Bind is doing much here. They don't even mill. That is interesting. Obviously, I'm going to let them go ahead and take out my monsters. And hopefully we are able to find some for Dragonic Slayer this turn. We do find plenty of low-level monsters. So let's go 1, 2, tribute summon. We're gonna summon the Dragorite to destroy the face down card after we boost our levels, and we'll have even more support from Widespread Ruin to totally stop their next turn push. We are going to have to leave them with one monster on board, but that is not too big of a price to pay. We get rid of a Music Princess's Recital, which they wouldn't have been able to use this turn, but would have probably caused some problems later on. We have plenty of trap cards to protect us, so I don't mind pushing for this extra 100 damage and leaving Dragorite on board. It's really likely Dragorite gets tributed off anyway, so taking the extra damage where we can seems nice. See, exactly like that, it's immediately gone. Burning Blaze Dragon going up to 2,800. However, they are now going to have 4 in the graveyard. Alright, and they are getting hit by the big Widespread Ruin to end this game right away. They give me the concede, and we will move on to the next fight. Let's see how it goes. We are back to 13,000. And once again, this might be a new record. Let's see if the rankings are up to date. 10,000 have not updated since the last time. Alright, let's start the duel. And where has the music gone? Okay, it is back. Alright, we are up first. Another pretty good opening hand. We have a Slayer, we have 3 face downs, and we even have a trap card. Just like I said last game, there is always the chance of the Dragonic Slayer to kind of ruin this board, make me feel sad. But as long as we don't get slayered, we are in a really good spot. If we see Speedy Performer, they aren't on Dragonic Resonance. They are playing the Burning Blaze deck, which is great for us. And they even mill their own Widespread Ruin. Here come 2 Burning Blaze Dragons. Ancient Force is activating. I could theoretically save the Widespread Ruin for later, but I want to get really aggressive with it. Because we have Slayer, and we're going to have 2 monsters guaranteed on board, we are pushing for a ton of damage next turn. Triad Drago doesn't actually do anything here, so let's go ahead and summon Dragonic Slayer. And it's good we actually use the Widespread Ruin here, as we draw a ton of unsummonables, in case of 2 Phantom Bind. We'll flip and flip. Activate this skill, boost up our monsters. 1 and 2. Destroy that face down. Monster Reincarnation. Makes sense why they were milling so aggressively. Trying to get something good to reincarnate on a future turn. Slugger coming down, and swing. They've lost 4,000 life points in 1 turn, and we have a Phantom Bind, and we have 2 Phantom Binds to protect us. It should be pretty tough for them to win this game. Icy Increase, shuffling these monsters away. Phantom Bind not going to do anything against this monster specifically, but if they summon another one, I would say Seahorse Carrier. If they summon 2 bosses, I guess we are in a little bit of trouble. But they set and are going into battle. We won't bother to activate here. We take 2,000, and Seahorse Carrier is in attack mode. Looking all vulnerable. Don't know what they're doing leaving a monster just lying around like that. Definitely gonna get punished for it. 1 and 2. And this should be game. Summon the Twin Edge Dragon since it's able to attack twice. Activate the effect. Discard Dragorite. And they concede. I'll go ahead and send them a nice, and we're at 14,000. 1 more game, and I feel like 15,000 is a really significant break point. And it's pretty likely to put us into the top 500. Connection error, no problem. Better to see it after the game than during. Looks like it is past the reset time. Oh, we get 50 gems just for going into the Rush Festival again, which sounds great. Do we have the daily rewards? We do. That's 50 more gems. Always happy to see it. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. $14,300. And as expected, we are fighting a Luke. Alright, we are up first. We've had great hands for going first the last few games. Let's see if we can keep up the momentum. Both sports dragons. That is pretty good. We have a sports dragon and a 2 tribute monster in hand. So this bunker strike is guaranteed to be able to come out next turn and fix whatever we draw into. So maybe getting a trap card would be even better, but there are definitely no complaints with this hand, especially if they just set 3 and pass. They are in some trouble now. Let's go ahead and bunker strike. 1 and 2. This lets us dig for more boss monsters and trap cards, both of which are pretty good here. We mill a Phantom Bind, but we draw incredibly. Okay, let's go ahead and send cards to the bottom, I think, because we still haven't found any Slayers, which might be useful later. We're going to end up with 4 cards in hand. We want both of these traps and Dragias for sure. And then the last card, I think, is just going to be the Sports Dragon Slugger. So we have to send 1, 2, and 3. Then we go here. We're not dealing any damage, but we are setting up what should be more or less an unbreakable board. Let's go ahead, activate the effect, and set some cards face down before heading into battle. That's 1, 2, and at the center of the Tootsie Roll pop. Unfortunately, they also have both Sports Dragons in the graveyard now, so we could get punished by a double boss turn on their own end, including Dragonic Slayers to deal with our trap cards. They do already have some dragons in the graveyard, so either of our traps are probably enough to win a battle. But if there are enough big guys coming out, it is going to be an issue. Slugger for pitcher. We probably just want to see Dragias here. Any of the other ones are an issue. Bunker Strike helps them find a Slayer potentially. So if they get Slayer in 2 low levels, they do get to pop and then swing into my monsters. Still, I'm guaranteed to keep one of my monsters on board because they would need a double Slayer turn in order to clear both back row. And then with my boss monster surviving, I should be able to draw into Slayers in the near future, or maybe even just a Phoenix Dragon or something, and kind of close things out. Let's see what they go for. They are thinking. Alright, so they decided to return cards to the top of the deck. Probably setting up another Sports Dragon or something for the future would be my guess. Triad Drago. Oh, they can draw another card if they pop the Resonance early. But instead they go for a Dragonic Slayer, which makes sense as they are going to want to bring both of these up to 2,800. They hit the Phantom Bind, which actually is better than hitting the Widespread Ruin. Let's go to a battle. They swing into the Dragias. I will activate my Widespread Ruin as I don't want them to destroy the Dragias. Let's go ahead and get rid of Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. Maybe they'll change their mind and attack Bunker Strike with Slayer. Probably not though. As expected, they do decide to keep my Bunker Strike around. We draw a Slayer, which is exactly what I was looking for. And this might be actually an optimal hand. We drew 3 low levels, a level 7, and another trap card, all for later, while simultaneously being able to get in for insane damage. Alright, let's head into the battle phase. Swing 1, and then 4,300 more. With only 1,200 life points remaining, and a Phantom to protect us, we might be able to win this game. They do have a Slayer in the graveyard, so they do still have 4 copies left in the deck. 2 Phoenix Dragon, and then the 2 other Slayers. So it could go either way. Oh, and here comes the Slayer. They are going to be able to destroy the back row. But do they have another boss monster, or are they being forced? And they do have a Phoenix Dragon as well. Do they have a Dragius in the graveyard? No. Okay, so 2 Dragonic Slayers. That does mean my trap card goes away, and they destroy both of my bosses. Interesting. I'm hoping to draw one of my Phoenix Dragons, because then I would be able to get Dragius and clear both of these boss monsters on my turn. Otherwise, they are almost certainly going to be left with a Dragonic Slayer of their own going into the next turn. Unfortunately, we don't find it, but we do find a Triad Drago. So let's summon 1 and 2. That will let us draw an extra card. And we find Phoenix Dragon, exactly what we were looking for. We had a 20% chance to hit this, and a slightly higher percent chance to get any high level. Let's Phoenix Dragon, discard a card. We can ditch this Triad, and we just need to grab Dragius, and we win. Tribute Summon, activate its effect. It's going to be able to destroy both opposing Slayers, and then our Slayer can attack directly for game. 1, 2, and that is game. I think we definitely drew very, very well. So I can't say, oh, it was all skill. There was definitely a bit of luck involved in getting the cards I wanted basically every turn. And that puts us at 15,398 points. Let's head into the next one. Our goal is probably, well, I was going to say 20,000, but over the 2.5 hours we've been playing, the top 100 is going to be slowly shifting even further upwards. Hopefully, whenever the rankings update next, we will be in the top 500 though. Alright, we draw a bit of an awkward opening hand. 2 level 7s, never exactly what you want to see. And we're going second, which could be a good or a bad sign. Hopefully we get another low level, because then we can at least clear the board. Alright, we do find it, and it's even a Twin-Edged Dragon, which is weaker than Dragorite, but in this instance, it's going to help us clear out and push in for damage. So I'm going to go for it, even though it means giving up one of our Dragonic Slayers, which might be a misplay, because because Dragonic Slayer is probably the most important resource in these matches, it might be incorrect to do this, but I like being able to push in for 2,800 damage, even if it means we don't have the Dragonic Slayer in our hand for next turn. We also see a Speedy Performer, meaning we are fighting an Ancient Arise Dragon deck. Getting with Widespread Ruin, of course, was incredible. And we do still have 3 Slayers left. 1 plus 2 Phoenix Dragon. They set a monster, but I would be expecting a Tribute monster to be coming out this turn. Burning Blaze Dragon is enough to beat Dragonic Slayer and set up the skill at the same time. Oh, but that is all they have. That is incredible. What could their hand possibly be? Unfortunately, it looks like we are not able to make a massive punish. which would have been so, so nice. I think all we can do is set some cards, use this Twin Edge, and then just go to defense mode. It's all we have. If we drew a high level monster, so if I didn't discard that Dragonic Slayer, we would have won that turn, which is really interesting to note. Well, actually, we wouldn't have won on the spot because I would have had the extra 2,800 life points. Okay, Ancient Arise Dragon coming out. Phantom Bind not doing anything. There are going to be no monsters in the graveyard. They're setting a Burning Blaze and then shuffling them both back with Ancient Arise Dragon. However, we might actually be safe. They do need to have another level monster, and we are pretty sure they bricked on like 3 level 7s or something pretty ridiculous. So here we go into the battle phase, and I was right. No more monsters are coming down, and this means now we have a chance to actually activate Triad Drago and draw an extra card. Unfortunately, this is very awkward, but it's good enough for me. They have a level 7, we can Dragonic Resonance early, boost both of these, and this is fine because we have Dragius already in the hand. Triad Drago for 1, Triad Drago for 2, then we can Bunker Strike, 1 and 2, and we have 2 low levels plus Dragius already, but we want to keep a Sports Dragon if we can. So what we're going to do is, oh, but Phoenix Dragon is also really important, because that is able to get us back a Slayer. So I think top of the deck is fine. We like all of these cards. We'll put back 1 and 2. We do need to keep the Sports Dragon around. That way we can make plays next turn. So we have to give up Phoenix Dragon, whether I like it or not. Here comes another one. We set a Phantom Bind, which is now actually going to potentially be useful. And we mill the Phantom Bind, of course. Swing into 1. Swing into 2. And then swing for 2,500. We keep that sport. So next turn, we're guaranteed to draw a Sports Dragon. We've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our high levels. So there are 3 left in the deck. And we have 4 cards out of 11 to get to it. I mean, if we're drawing 4 and have 3 in the deck, we should hopefully be able to get there. We do see a Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard, so all they need is a Clear Ice, and they'll be able to activate Ancient Arise again. But we do actually have 2 Phantom Binds to hopefully protect us a little bit. We see Ancient Forces, almost definitely going to be milling the monster. And then with an extra card from Seahorse Carrier, they can summon a second Ancient Arise Dragon, destroy Dragius, and start swinging pretty hard. Speedy Performer mills a Clear Ice Dragon as well. So yeah, if a Burning Blaze plus Ancient Arise is an incredible board. And how many dragons are they even going to have left? Just 2. Is it even worth it? I mean, I might need to not die. So let's Phantom Bind. 700 and we survive. Alright, all we need to do is be able to deal 100 points of damage. And we find Phoenix Dragon right off the top. Sports Dragon Slugger for Sports Dragon Pitcher. We don't need to bother with the Phoenix Dragon at all here, as we have Bunker Strike at the ready in our hand. We can swing into the Burning Blaze and end the game. They go ahead and concede. And that puts us, for the first time, over 15,000. Oh, I mean over 16,000. We are cruising. After a rough start, we seem to be going on a bit of a win streak. Hopefully we are able to keep it up, and I don't just slide all the way back down to 0 by losing 16 games in a row. Alright, another Luke. Interestingly, we haven't seen a lot of Ancient Forces players in the last few games. But I think it's always correct to assume it is Dragonic Resonance until proven otherwise. Alright, and they are up first. For the first time in a while, our opening hand is not particularly impressive, especially not for going second. Maybe we draw a Dragius and they don't have any trap cards and we can kind of make something happen, but they have their own Dragius, meaning if we don't draw Dragonic Slayer specifically, we are in a ton of trouble. Yeah, this is not looking great. 1, 2, and 3. We can set up the Sports Dragon Slugger for later. Oh, hey there, Fate Zero. Things are going pretty well. We started at 8,000. We're up to 16,000. We've been on a pretty long win streak, but it is looking like it is coming to an end. If we see the opponent summoned a turn 1 Dragius on us, and then we had no high levels, and are forced to basically just walk into the trap card next turn if we're even able to do anything. So I think we are safely in the top 1,000. I'm not sure if we're going to be in the top 500 yet, but my goal for the night is somewhere in the 18,000 to 20,000 range, which should be pretty good for a start. We still have a couple of days left of the event, of course. Oh, and here we go. Bunker Strike. Wait. They tributed Dragius. That seems really weird. You all saw that too, right? What? Why would they do that? They must have had just like 3 or 4 level 7 monsters in hand. Or it's some kind of extended bad manners with a Phoenix Dragon. But they are already down 1. Alright. Suddenly I feel a lot more in this game than I did 10 seconds ago. What will they do next? They have 4 cards available. But they have to return 1 more. So they're down to 3. Pitcher comes out. Dragorite comes out, and do they have another Dragius or something? And they do. It is a second Dragius. But I'm still not convinced if this is correct. They returned the cards to the top of the deck, so they had plenty of low levels. I feel like they could have kept the first Dragius on board, for sure. And then had an extra body alongside it. Well, hopefully we draw something good enough to punish this, though I'm not sure what that would entail. Slayer's always a good start. Let's go ahead and grab Slugger, revive Pitcher. Summon our own Dragonic Slayer. And then unfortunately we do have to throw some damage on the next turn because we need to use the Slayer before we attack. So we go 1, 2. 1500's not enough to actually beat over the opposing boss monster, but we can defeat Dragius, which is nice. And they lose a Phantom Bind. Enter the battle phase. We'll just deal our poke damage. They don't have any more Phoenix Dragons, but they did put cards back on top of the deck. So there is a pretty good chance they put back another high-level monster, like Dragonic Slayer. And that does mean my Phantom Bind is very unlikely to stick around. They do have a ton of dragons, so if they don't summon a Slayer, my own Slayer is well protected. Slugger in attack mode, definitely getting tributed off. No shot, it stays around. And here comes Dragonic Slayer. They're going to be able to defeat my Phantom Bind, destroy Slayer, beat up the Twin-Edged Dragon, and if they have another low level, they can even beat Pitcher. Alright, unfortunately, they are able to get over it. This is a symptom of my own weak start. That said, I don't have my own Dragius yet, so if I draw it next turn, I do still have a way to beat 2 boss monsters simultaneously. We take a ton of damage, but it's better than losing to the Phantom Bind last turn, so I will take it. Let's see what we draw. Interesting. Do we have a pitcher? We do. Slugger for pitcher. And then there is a bit of a decision to make here. I could, theoretically, not summon Dragius. I can bring out the Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike and try to get another low level, instead of ending with just these 2 on board. Then I would end with Bunker Strike plus Dragius rather than the Winged Dragon plus Dragius. And it would stop me from having a bunch of level 7s. However, this does rely on one of my top 3 cards being a low level monster. So let's go ahead and use the effect and see if we're able to find any. We do, which makes sense. So let's return them to the top of the deck for now. We'll go with 1 Slayer, the Triad Drago, and then another Slayer, because we want to mill the Slayer with Dragius. We summon out Twin Dragius, and we have a strong board. And we have a guaranteed Triad Drago plus Slayer on the next turn to draw even more. Let's go ahead and activate Dragonic Resonance, and we should be able to deal a pretty significant blow to them. Battle phase, swing in. Oh no, we were just making our comeback. We cannot lose connection here. Always a concern seeing that sign pop up on the lower left. Welcome back, TPO. I'm gonna turn off the music until my connection decides to restore itself. Alright, so they are down so many boss monsters. They've gone through 2 Dragius, their Phoenix Dragon, a Slayer, and a Bunker Strike. They probably only have a couple left. And we know they can't bring out a Dragius. So if they manage to out our board, it is the result of drawing basically perfectly. Though with a future mining for 2, they might be able to get there. However, I might be able to stall them out. They only have 7 cards left in the deck. Welcome, Diavalos. Hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, or evening. Have I seen the replay yet? I have not. I've been streaming the whole time. Alright, so they do find the Dragonic Slayer. Oh, and they are at actually 9 cards, not 7. So they clear our board. I do know I'm drawing Triad Drago plus Slayer though, so I'll be able to deal with at least one of these. Don't have bits. I have chosen specifically not to go Twitch affiliate just yet. Just because I don't feel like I'm at the point where I want to bother people with ads. I have been considering... Oh, sorry, Stanford. Anyway, I do need to draw an extra card here with Triad Drago. And then we can get Dragius and presumably win the game. This might not be enough, actually. Okay, so it feels stupid, but I am discarding Widespread Ruin to get back Dragius. Because I do want to clear the board. So we're going to deal 400 plus 28, which isn't enough to KO, but they are going to be so low on resources, they shouldn't be able to out this. So I should be able to win once I do this. You could argue instead of playing the Slayer though, I just clear with Dragius and have Widespread Ruin. But I'm pretty sure they still have 1 Slayer left in deck, and with only 9 cards, they're very likely to be able to find it. Alright, so we deal a ton of damage, and it looks like the internet's working, so it's time to turn back on the message. Slugger, activate the effect. Pitcher, they are bringing out one more boss monster. Right, so they've gone through 2 Dragias, 1 of each, and okay, 2 Slayers, 2 Bunker Strikes, and 2 Dragias. Here comes a Slayer. Oh, if they clear my own. They haven't played... Wow. They have not played their Widespread Ruin yet. However, I do still have a Phoenix Dragon of my own, so we are still in this. But we don't find it. However, they only have 4 cards left in deck. So, if we just do a little foolery. End the turn. And I think this should be okay. Diabolus. So I definitely would like to try to make some money off of this eventually if I can. But I'm trying to figure out what the best way to actually do it is. Because obviously having some extra money would be useful, but like on YouTube, you already get advertisements. So if I ever reach the monetization on that, I'll go ahead and do it. But I don't know, it just feels wrong to me. Because currently on Twitch, there are no ads, but if I choose to go affiliate, then I'm introducing a worse experience for the viewers for like 5 cents in ad revenue. And it feels just silly. Anyway, they're out of cards in deck, so we just pass turn and we win. There are some benefits though to going affiliate. I like the idea of being able to put some emotes in the chat. And theoretically, if I manage the advertisements, it would mean I actually force myself to get up and move around. Like stretch, get water, etc. Rather than just sitting in a ball for 6 hours. I know that can't be healthy. So ad breaks would give me a time where I can safely feel like I should be doing it, rather than thinking I need to sit here with no breaks. So I don't know. It's something I'm gonna think about in January. Definitely not until after the new year. There's also always the option where I could try to set up some other kind of like a Patreon or something silly, but I don't know. Okay, so they have 3 face downs. I have enough to actually summon a Slayer plus Dragorite and pop one of the face downs, which seems like a good start to me. They're running a ton of cards in their deck, which means there is a much lower chance they actually did find the turn 1 Widespread Ruin. So I feel fairly comfortable swinging in, even if we don't pop it. Let's just get rid of a barrier, that's fine with me. And we swing in, and we'll see what happens. Alright, Phoenix Dragon and 2800 is pretty good. They probably have another card like Barrier or Phantombind face down. Do I only play Rush? So I play like a little tiny bit of Speed Duel. I have a Lunalite deck. So in KC Cup, I'll play the 3 games and I'll take it seriously enough where I'm not just throwing on purpose. But I definitely don't grind it the way I play Rush Duels. And Fate, yeah, I can show you the deck I'm running, if I remember, after this game. Right, so they have a 2800 plus a Dragius. We are taking a ton of damage. I thought we would be in a pretty good position, given they're running infinity cards in the deck. But they did manage to find a pretty strong board. And we can't actually beat Dragius, because they have enough set cards. I think we basically need Triad Drago plus, like a Slayer off the top or something. That doesn't really do it. 2 cards back on the bottom of the deck. We'll go 1 and 2. Yeah, we can't just lose the trap cards immediately. But if they have Dragius, they can always just kind of do it and swing in for the 2500 after destroying all of my monsters. Maybe they aren't able to find high attack monsters and we can get there somehow. I don't know. I feel like we have to go this way because we know they have trap cards. Oh, and we are down a Slayer already. I think they just drew really well. Sometimes it happens. So Divalos, outside of the context of Duel Links, I like Fluffles. I played a lot of gadgets when I was younger. Frog Monarch, also a good one. I guess those would be the main 3. Inside of Duel Links, I just play the Lunalite deck because that's all I've managed to build. I try to save all of my gems for Rush Duels because I don't think they give you nearly enough to maintain 2 formats. Alright, so that was a loss. I'll send them over the nice. They did a great job managing to win or construct a 37 card deck that is able to put up results like that. Back down to 16,500. I wonder if the ranking ever updated. 16,000? We were at 264. Okay. We are making some progress. Top 100 is 22,000. So still a bit of a jump. That is a lot of games. But top 200, I'm definitely going to take a screenshot of that. I want to keep track of where I peaked. Alrighty, and now, oh, I need to show them the deck. Let's close out chat for just a moment. So it's a pretty standard Dragonic Resonance deck. The main difference is I'm running 3 Phantom Bind because I think the mirror match is the only deck that actually matters. So we don't care about barrier, we just care about decreasing their attack by as much as possible. Because if you're fighting a deck that's not Dragonic Resonance, you're playing Dragonic Resonance. You're probably going to win. Phantom Bind is the best in the mirror. We took out the Dragonic Pressures just because they didn't seem to be doing anything. Just been the case all season. Other than that, 3 Slayers because we need to destroy trap cards, 2 Phoenix Dragons instead of 1 because we need to get more Dragonic Slayers to destroy trap cards. 2 Bunker Strike. You could theoretically run the 3rd over the Lesser Dragon, and then just all the standard stuff, Twin Edge, both Sports Dragons, the high attack monsters, and Triad. Alright, so let's go ahead and queue up again. Alright, we are up first. This is a pretty reasonable looking hand. Yeah, I think we just set 3. We'll keep the Phoenix Dragon in case we end up using Bunker Strike, milling another level 7. And we also managed to draw the Slugger. Fate, I wish I was running into a bunch of beatdown players. What rank are you at? Alright, a Bunker Strike 4-3, huge, but they mill a Slayer. 1 down, 4 to go. They return the cards to the top of the deck, so they probably have another 2 Tribute Monster, or a Phoenix Dragon, or something pretty good over there. Setting a card, setting 2 traps. Okay. That is going to be a little bit difficult to work through. Hopefully we find another high level. We do not. That is rough. However, if we do this right, I think we can play around Phantom Bind. As long as we have 4 or fewer monsters in the graveyard, Phantom Bind does not defeat us. So if we flip Twin Edge and discard 1, we'll be at 4, which is just enough. Alright, let's do it. Twin Edge Dragon, activate the effect, send 1, summon 1, set a card. We do still kind of get blown up by Widespread Ruin, but if they only have cards like Phantom Bind or Barrier, we are dealing a ton of damage, so it's definitely worth the risk. It's only a 1 in 5 or so, but they have the Widespread Ruin. That is rough. We do have our own, but they have used a Bunker Strike and might be able to get a... If they get a Slayer out, then we're in a lot of trouble. I mean, Dragius obviously is not ideal either. And they set another card. That's rough. Obviously we take an absolute boatload, but the game is not over yet. We are taking a lot of damage, but we could still win. We just need to be very careful. Okay, this could be a good start. We have Triad Drago, we have a Phoenix. Everything seems okay. Phoenix Dragon. Triad Drago. Dragorite. Activate the effect of Triad Drago. We draw 1 card. Sports Dragon Slugger is another low level. So we could go for a Bunker Strike here and have 2 high level monsters. But we do have to give up Phantom Bind to do so. They are only down 1 Slayer, so I think with 4 Slayers left in the deck, it's worth it. Let's activate Phoenix Dragon and ditch our trap card. We're gonna grab Bunker Strike, summon out the Bunker Strike, and we can even filter for 2 additional cards. This is worse into opposing Phantom Binds, but it's worth it to try to set up for later. 2 cards, like I said, Phantom Bind I don't think we actually want, but a Sports Dragon is pretty good. That said, I think these are going to the bottom of the deck. 1 and 2. Next up is Slayer, who's going to be able to destroy 1 of the 2 cards. Activate the effect, we'll pop the old one. It was a Phantom Bind, so that could be progress, potentially. That said, they probably have a 3rd card here, and if they don't have a trap, then it is actually going to be a pressure, which also kills us. So we get to this position, which is the best we could have done. If they don't draw a high-level monster, we are technically in the game, but Draco the Tiny coming out in attack position is a sign of our impending doom. They're running a 2nd Dragius, which is very interesting. I could have kept the Phantom Bind, I suppose. But then I wouldn't have had access to Slayer, and I would have been in an even worse position. I guess I could have kept 2 copies of Phantom Bind if I had done Bunker Strike, kept both Phantom Binds, and they probably can't get 3 boss monsters on board, so if they don't draw Slayer, I could have theoretically held out for another turn, I wonder if playing it differently would have won me the game. Ultimately, what I've been learning is that it's best to be really conservative about your card choices. Maybe not in real life. Alright, I am up first. We love the ability to cycle through some extra cards, get a bit of a head start on the opponent, but they are Roa, so going second with that heavy drive could be pretty good. Alright, so we have 2 sports dragons. But I'd rather set up either sports dragon for a future turn. And then we have Phoenix Dragon. I guess Phoenix Dragon is a better set here, actually. But Phoenix Dragon also does work well with Triad Drago, even if we don't have any low levels in the graveyard. Let's see what Roa goes for. Hopefully we can get them to overcommit and then punish them, or maybe they'll just brick on stuff and not be able to play. Summon Skull is a pretty powerful turn 1 monster, and it's looking like we are playing against a fairly normal looking aggro deck using the Beast Engine. Unfortunately, Triad Drago is not live, so we are hoping to find some high level monsters so we can at least make a play against them. Unfortunately, we do not get anything worthwhile, so we just have to set 3 more and pass 1 more time. Our setup is a little bit stronger now though. Triad Drago plus Slugger can potentially get us to 7 cards, which is enough for 2 big tribute summons and a 3rd monster. Alright, here comes Dragius, of course. We are taking a ton of damage. They are playing a level 7 monster. We would have loved to see a 7-tone Magician instead of Dragius, of course, but if they keep a set monster, then we're fine. Oh, but 2 Dragius. That is threatening. They set a card in the back row as well. And, okay, we basically need 2 Dragonic Slayers in order to play this game right now. That's 1 down. Yeah, maybe if I set the Triad Drago, I could have saved myself some damage. But we are down to just 1,000. We got to a pretty high ranking, but it's been a bit of a couple rough games. Dragius of our own and Slayer. Is that good enough? I am not sure. Slugger. Slugger for pitcher. Summon Dragius. Activate Dragius' effect. We mill a Bunker Strike. Interesting. Draw a card with Triad Drago. It's a Phantom Bind. That is a good draw. 1 and 2. Alright, Slayer can destroy the trap card, and we might actually be in this game. Unfortunately, this 7-sword Magician is going to be a real pain in T-1 second. But Phantom Bind with a Dragius or 2 in the graveyard is pretty good for us. Battle phase, swing 1, swing 2, and then do we take out the other Dragius? They do only have 1 dragon in the graveyard, so I think we have to, because otherwise they could run over the Slayer with it and then have a second attack for lethal. Phantom Bind, probably not going to be huge here, unless they draw specifically the 3rd Dragius, but then all they need is another monster. Oh, and with Hammer Crush Deal, this game is unfortunately over. Unless they simply did not find any high-level monsters, there's a very low chance our Slayer's able to survive this one. Welcome, Benex. You joined us. Had a good time. About to lose a nice little game of Rush Duels. Silver Wolf, weakening my monster, sure thing, why not? And then a Masaki. I don't think that one's gonna matter all too much, as the 2 tribute monster should be enough to end the game on its own. And just like that, things are over. Beast aggro taking a win, and I wasn't able to do very much of anything against it. I will summon my ice, and we'll head into the next one. And we are down to 14,000s again. That's a bit of a loss streak, but we have to keep going and doing our best. We know top 100 is around 22,000. But I did make it over to 264, so I'll change the Twitch title from top 1000 to top 500. Alright, an interesting opening hand. A trap card would be pretty good. Twin-Edged Dragon, that's fine. Unfortunately, I think we do have to summon one of these out. Well, maybe not. Because only Dragius really punishes this board as it currently stands, and there should only be one of them in the deck. But if I draw any high-level monsters alongside this, well, as long as I get the Bunker Strike onto the field, I can filter out afterwards. Alright, let's go ahead and pass turn. A little bit dangerous, but summoning Dragius is also pretty dangerous, as they can just go like a Bunker Strike, beat it up. Oh, it's this deck. Okay, I feel a little bit better about setting 3 now. It's still pretty unlikely that my monsters actually survive the turn, but a Dragius is huge for being able to swing into 2 1600 attack point monsters. Alright, battle phase, and that we actually keep something around. Looking like it's gonna be the Twin Edge. Just show me some low-level monsters and we're good to go. Fantastic. Summon Twin-Edged Dragon, summon Dragius. We could filter. And there's no reason not to start by filtering with Bunker Strike. So let's just see what we find. Being able to send stuff on the bottom, we are still looking for a Slayer. Not this turn, but in the future. We mill a Sports Dragon pitcher. So let's send cards to the bottom of the deck. Or we can send them back to the top, actually. Okay, yeah, so if we send this Slugger to the top of the deck, we're guaranteed to have access to a Sports Dragon line next turn. Set one, tribute. But we are guaranteed 3 low levels next turn. Oh wait, I think I messed up. No, this is fine. So we're drawing 4 cards with the 5th one being a guaranteed Sports Dragon. That actually sounds really good. As long as we're able to find any of our boss monsters in the remaining 4 cards, we might even be able to end the game. They are down to just 1400, and the alternative was just very aggressively digging for Slayers. We do have 3 of them in the deck. Oh, welcome, Heather. Hope you're having a good time. What have you been up to? It's been a little bit. Alright, Clear Ice Dragon number 3 coming out. Probably gonna burn another Burning Blaze Dragon. Ancient Arise Dragon is a full out to this board, unfortunately. And it looks like they have 2 back row, though. So if I'm able to find Slayer, we are in business. Welcome, Excalibur Company. How are you doing this morning, afternoon, evening? Alright, we draw for turn. We don't find it. And worse yet, we don't actually find any Dragonic Resonance triggers. So if they have an out for Dragius, we kind of just go whoopsies and die. That kind of sucks. But I feel like we should go for the win anyway, which I think is going to involve summoning a Dragorite, and then setting a Sports Dragon. This probably seems like a really weird play, but the idea is that by not using Dragius' effect, I am setting up a Phantom Bind tie, and then I could have gone in for 1500. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out that way. They had the Widespread Ruin, but I'm getting to draw 3 cards next turn. I still have all 3 of my Dragonic Slayers in the deck, and even a Bunker Strike. So there are a lot of ways for me to get to where I'm trying to go. I have my own Widespread Ruin to deal with Ancient Arise Dragon, so I'm not taking the 3000, which is the most important part. They are able to destroy the Dragorite, but they're only going to be dealing up to 2800 damage to me this turn, unless something crazy goes wrong. Working, sleeping, and cuddling. Well, two-thirds of those sound pretty good. Alright, Burning Blaze Dragon, of course, Ancient Forces, gonna boost it up. And they're setting up for another Ancient Arise Dragon in the very near future. They've already got 2 of each at the ready. Alright, presumably they are getting ready for the battle phase. So if we don't win next turn, I think we are in a ton of danger. Let's Widespread Ruin, get rid of Ancient Arise Dragon, and then as long as we draw some high levels, we should be okay. Let's see what we get. Okay, a Slayer is fine. Sports Dragon Slugger, for Sports Dragon Pitcher, and this is good. We are actually going to be able to out this board and win the game. Slayer comes down. We summon 2 low-level monsters, boost them both up to level 8. So they'll be able to attack. And then Slayer clears the back row and swings in directly to end it. Get rid of that, and we don't need to set the Phantom Bind because this is the final turn. Swing in, and finish this off. So Heather, what show are you watching? Did I miss something? I see Zero tagged Heather about the meta, but I missed whatever comment Heather made asking about it. Oh, okay, so it didn't come through in my app for some reason, but I checked the YouTube should I build my deck thinking I will face at least 30% Dragonic Resonance and not include back row out of Widespread. So, yes, you should build the deck around the Dragonic Resonance deck and no other decks. But I'm running Phantom Binds for that matchup as well. Choosing only Widespread Ruin is a reasonable take as well, though. Alright, this is a pretty strong opening hand. We set 3, and we have a Widespread Ruin. Let's pass turn and see what they got. Oh, okay, I've seen Hunter x Hunter, but not Mobile Suit Gundam. What is the Gundam show about? Alright, we draw some interesting cards here, and we have 2 Twin-Edged Dragons, which is actually very strong. Going into a set 3 board, it's hard to imagine something much better than this, but we're gonna activate Bunker Strike and see what we find anyway. That is a ton of Dragonic Slayers. Okay, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 cards left over. We need to summon Twin-Edged Dragon and discard 2 of them. So that's gonna leave us with 1 extra card for the Phantom Bind. So let's return to the top of the deck. We definitely want a Slayer for next turn. Maybe the Phoenix Dragon in case we get something back. And then returning, well, 2 Slayers is probably a lot. So we're gonna discard one of the Slayers, because we're guaranteed to get another one in the very near future. Okay, next up, we summon Twin Edge Dragon. Twin Edge Dragon activates the effect, discarding Dragonic Slayer. Flip summon Twin Edge Dragon. Twin Edge Dragon activates the effect, discarding Dragorate. Set a Phantom Bind, and I think somehow this hand did even become better than it already was. Boost both Twin Edge Dragons, and we have 5 attacks. We're going to easily destroy all of the opponent's face down monsters, and then get in for 3,800 damage. And we have Widespread Ruin and Phantom Bind to protect us. There's basically no shot that they're able to make this comeback. Even with a Heavy Metal, I'm just gonna blow it up with my trap cards. Shout, can't use the effect here. Heavy Metal comes on out. But this is totally fine. Heavy Metal swings in, and here comes Widespread Ruin. The game is over. Bunker Strike is going to finish it up on the next turn. I will send them a nice, and we will proceed to the next round. A show about the horrors of war and the trauma around it. Sounds depressing. That was also made to sell toys. Of course, because nothing says celebrate, or remember, we're here to celebrate the trauma of war. Were dragons as OP in the real Rush duels as they are in Duel Links? No. Well, it depends what you mean. So the deck that we all call like aggro or Dragoncaster was even stronger than it is in Rush duels. Dragonic Slayer, unplayable. Terrible card. This would be really nice going first. Not sure how well it's going to do with the opponent getting 10 cards to draw Dragonic Slayers before we get a chance to use them. Well, that's something. Do I even want to filter out though? Like, the 2 trap cards are pretty good. Well, let's see what we get. We mill a Phantom Bind. And we have the opportunity to keep Dragius and a low level for next turn. Ultimately, I think that seems pretty good. I am going to go ahead and set 2 cards. Hopefully they don't find a Slayer. And let's see if we get blown up. And they don't activate it. So the first card is not Widespread Ruin. It could be Phantom Bind. We have to pay attention to it. We know it's not the Barrier, and we know it's not Widespread Ruin, and we know it's not Recital. That means it has to be Phantom Bind. So we need to be playing around the Phantom Bind in that slot. They did not, they kept 2 cards in hand last turn, so I'm thinking they have 2 level 7s. However, they might not have the low levels they need to summon it out. I got rid of Triad Drago, so that denies them a draw. They set a monster, that's fine. They get Bunker Strike, and they are trying to unbrick. I'm fairly sure they have high level monsters, so if they draw a low level and hello, Widespread Ruin removed. That is a huge boon. They return a card to the top of the deck. So if they were able to find the low levels, they might be bringing out a second card. Oh, with Triad Drago, they're going to be able to draw the card they return to the deck. But they're going to have to use Dragonic Resonance a little bit early. And they choose not to. They simply bring out Dragius, but that is not a winning formula. I have 2 trap cards, and the game is over. I activate my Phantom Bind on Dragius' attack, destroying it, and inflicting 400 points of damage. Now, Bunker Strike comes in, and it gets destroyed by Widespread Ruin. My opponent is at a completely empty field. All they have is a lone Phantom Bind to try to save them. Let's go ahead and summon our monsters. And they concede. I will go ahead and send them a nice, and we are back on a win streak. This could be our chance to get even higher. 17,600, I believe, is a new record for us. It's obviously not #1 in the world. We're not reaching anywhere near that. We are 20 hours behind, and I'm sure there are a few dedicated Rush duelists who have been playing this for 18 hours, grinding up those wins. Alright, another Luke mirror match. Bum 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 ba ba bum. Alright, we are up second. My opponent starts with several back row, but we don't have a Slayer, so this could be interesting. Phantom Bind, I think we do just try to push in for some damage. They can't use barriers just yet, and even if they have a widespread ruin, it's not going to deal a whole ton of damage. It could be Draco the Tiny, so I'm going to swing in with Dragorite first, and perhaps we'll see a Music Princess's Recital come out. No, it was Triad Drago, so we are going to get some decent damage here. It is probably a Resonance Mirror. If we went first, this game would be basically over. Because they would have had such a weak turn 1. That'd be really hard to come back from. If they gave me like the full 9-card hand, Slugger comes out, they almost definitely have something going on. The second Triad Drago and a Bunker Strike to thin the deck. My Phantom Binds aren't going to be doing anything yet, so unfortunately I think I do have to hold it, and then it'll eventually just get popped by a Dragonic Slayer. Speaking of, one Dragonic Slayer is down into the graveyard. The thought process I have here is, oh wait, hold on. They do have a couple dragons in the graveyard. They have 4. So if I get the chance to use it successfully, I'm going to use it. I was thinking maybe saving it would let me get 2 traps onto the field, which stops an opposing Slayer from really putting in work. We just find Sports Dragons. That is not going to help us. All we can do is set and pass. Unfortunate. I wonder how maximum summons are going to work in Duel Links. Rush Duel still is new in Duel Links and has limited cards. It comes down to RNG and luck. Yeah, I think there is a pretty significant deck building aspect. There are plays I misplay all the time. But I mean, all card games do have the element of luck to it. That's why we shuffle a deck. So it's nothing to really get concerned about. Maximum summons, I think they are pretty likely to come sooner rather than later. Which is interesting to think about, because currently our format does not have very many answers to them. Alright, they have 3 trap cards, and we just cannot find any high-level monsters at all. This is really all we can do. Hopefully we're able to find some kind of crazy double Slayer turn to make a comeback with. I'm pretty sure the middle card is not Widespread Ruin. Though maybe they were just saving it when they didn't activate it on the first turn. Funnily enough, we do have a life point lead right now. But that can change with a simple tribute summon of either Dragius or anything into a Twin Edge Drago. We don't have a ton of high defense monsters. And with the Dragonic Resonance skill, anything's able to beat any defense position monster. Bum, 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 bum. They are just swinging one more time. Of course, they have 11 cards to work with. They might all be low levels, but they also don't really need to be doing anything. Alright, we find Triad Drago. Is that good enough? Our Phoenix Dragon doesn't do anything because we haven't gotten to a high level monster yet. So I think we need to summon Triad Drago, Dragorite, Phoenix Dragon, and just see what we draw. It is a Bunker Strike, which is interesting. 1 and 2. Might as well use it. We mill a Twin Edge, and we find another Triad Drago. So, Phoenix Dragon now actually is pretty good. But do we want it on the top of the deck? Yeah, okay, so top of deck, 1, and then 2. Oh, and 3. Then we summon Triad Drago to draw back the Winged Dragon. Dragonic Slayer can come down safely. We will go ahead and pop one of the opponent's cards. Let's go ahead and pop the one on the right. Just got a feeling about it. And we hit the Widespread Ruin. That probably should have been set, now that I think about it. Because we do need to play around Phantom Bind. So this should have been in defense mode, just to be extra safe. Because I want to play around one Battle Trap. Here comes one Phantom Bind. That is rough. If they have a second Phantom Bind, I think we lose, but it's fine. Okay, they don't have it. Let's pass and see what happens. It's the background music stuff you listen to off stream. In a vacuum, yes, but there's not a lot of time in the day where I'm just randomly listening to music. So in practice, no. But I do recognize some of the songs that come on. Alright, they get the Bunker Strike, and then I'm gonna just blow up due to the Phoenix Dragon, helping them find all of the cards they need. That said, I don't think just sitting here waiting was necessarily a play I could make either. Still, setting the Winged Dragon would have been pretty helpful. It would have saved me some extra damage. It looks like I just barely will survive this turn. 200 life points. I'm gonna need incredible draws to somehow make my way out of this. Alright, I think we have a start. Let's go with Sports Dragon Slugger. Activate the effect. We revive Sports Dragon Pitcher. Phoenix Dragon is interesting because we could get back a Dragonic Slayer. However, we only have 3 low-level monsters, so we can't actually benefit from it. Instead, we are going to set the Phoenix Dragon, summon out Dragius, and then we're just going to set some trap cards and try to win the game. We are relatively confident that the final face down card is not Phantom Bind or anything of the likes, so swing into this for a ton of damage, and then let's swing into this one too. Maybe I should have just cleared the 2 boss monsters, especially given they've only played 1 Slayer this game. But it's okay. We will simply believe harder and take the game. Pierce is not what I was expecting. Not very many people are running Pierce in Dragonic Resonance. Twin Edge Dragon comes out, and a second Bunker Strike. So we have to remember this one here has Piercing, which is really interesting. So they can make a play where they only boost one of the Bunker Strikes to protect the one with Pierce, which is really, really interesting. But they do boost both, which is definitely a mistake. The Piercing one's going to go in, but it's going to get hit by Widespread Ruin. And then when the second one attacks, we have a Phantom Bind. So we've cleared both Bunker Strikes because they were... Oh, and they lose! I forgot they were so low! And that is game. I will definitely be sending them a nice. I don't know where the Dragonic Slayers are. Were they not running enough? Or were they all in the bottom of the deck? And 18,000 is definitely a new high. Unfortunately, it's not going to show up on the rankings just yet. We were in a very, very rough spot, but we drew basically the exact 2 cards, or the exact 5 cards that we needed to win. So let's move on to the next game. See if we can push up towards 20,000. We are inching ever closer. Alright, so we have some Sports Dragons. 3 Sluggers. Okay. Let's go ahead and just ditch the Sluggers. We'll keep the Triad Drago, though it doesn't seem particularly likely we'll be able to activate the effect. There was definitely a case for setting all 3 Sluggers here, because then we'd have a level 4 to pair with the Triad Drago. Alright, my opponent starts by setting a monster, but with a Sport Dragon pitcher, we are clearly seeing them get tributed off. Here comes Dragonic Slayer. I guess it's not a bad thing that we are seeing them play down a Slayer while we don't have any back row just yet. Though it does mean I really wish I had that 3rd Slugger face down. I am going to take 1,500 damage, it looks like. Oh! Something feels wrong. Okay, this is looking pretty good actually. Let's start with Pitcher, because we played a bunch of Sluggers. This is a relatively safe move. We can summon Slugger out. And, how confident am I in drawing another Tribute Monster? Not particularly. So, first we Bunker Strike, and we're going to end with 3 cards in hand. Let's see what we get. Like I said, no high-level monsters, and no Phoenix Dragons. We mill a Slayer, which is really unfortunate. I think I would like to put these on the bottom then, because I do need to start filtering towards my bosses. So what 3 cards do I want to keep? Probably Dragorite, Twin Edge, and Widespread. So let's get rid of this, this one, and this one. We summon out Dragorite, summon out Twin Edge, and we'll set Widespread. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. 1 and 2. Oh, but I used the Sports Dragons, so I should have set. I'd rather get rid of the Twin Edge, just because it's ideally extra 500. They're pretty likely to tribute it off, and if they don't tribute it off, attacking twice sounds pretty threatening. Alright, so they are down 1 Slayer. They summon a Pitcher, that's not a Slayer, or a Phoenix. Let's see what they summon. But they have a second Dragonic Slayer. That is unfortunate. Luckily, we did put a bunch of low levels on the bottom of the deck, so we are fairly likely to draw into a boss monster on the next turn. Resonating Roar blows up my Widespread Ruin. Not what we want to see. But it is still progress. We're going to take 500 damage because we were being stupid. But let's draw for turn. Okay, Phoenix Dragons count. It is both of my dragons, unfortunately. But this is actually kind of fine. Let's Bunker Strike. And then dig 3 cards in. We probably want to just keep the Phantom Binds, is my plan. And the other two, they are more low levels. And we have so many high level monsters left in the deck that I think I have to kind of put them back on top. Okay, so we're gonna go 1 and 2 and 3. With 2 Phantom Binds, we should be relatively safe going into the next turn. We Resonance, beat the Slayer, and with that, they do have 2 copies of Slayer in the graveyard. They haven't used Phoenix Dragon yet, but we are denying as much as possible the ability for them to pierce through this board. They immediately drop a Phoenix Dragon, but that alone is not enough. Slayer can destroy one of my trap cards, but I have a second one. They're going to need another boss monster on top of this. Ghost Cyclone doesn't do anything here, of course, because we have plenty of monsters on their board. Let's see how it goes. 1 Dragonic Slayer. Oh, but the extra draw with Triad Drago is pretty threatening. Because now, if they summon another level 7, while I can theoretically still trip up one of them, the other will break through. Resonating Roar blows up my Phantom Bind. But as long as this is kind of where it ends, we're okay. They return a card to the top of the deck, so they liked whatever they saw. Dragorite comes down. Dragonic Resonance, this makes sense. We will deal with one of their bosses. Pop it with Phantom Bind. And then we take 2,000 damage. If we draw Dragius and some low levels here, we would be in a pretty good spot, I would say. Unfortunately, we draw no low-level monsters. That is rough. We have so many left. Yeah, we had... I guess we only had 3. Now what do we do? I think we just have to set 3 and end. We have to keep the Triad Drago, because it's the only one that lets us actually draw more cards. And we have to keep the Phantom Bind, because it just gets blown up by Slayer for free. If they summon Dragius, we lose. But otherwise, we are able to hold out for one more turn. Though, maybe setting the Phantom Bind and letting it get destroyed is the better play. Because doing that lets me draw 4 cards. And we know 3 of my top 7 are level 7 monsters, which is very threatening for my ability to actually play them. This is looking pretty rough. Winged Dragon comes down. They might have been trying to calculate some kind of lethal line, but if they haven't gotten it, like if they had Dragius, I feel like they would have just immediately played it. Okay, here comes Bunker Strike. They are searching for another 3 cards. And they haven't played their own Dragius yet. So, if they keep some low levels and a Dragius, they can win this turn. Like, imagine, yeah, so Dragius here, and then any low level monster to pair with it is unfortunately going to be game. I will let them go ahead and finish this one out. And that is game. we will get them on the crackback. I will send them a nice... It was a down-to-the-wire game. I think I definitely could have won with just slightly different draws on that final turn, which is kind of nice. Felt like anyone could have won it at any time. Alright, so we are heading on to the next round. It is once again a Luke player. We are going second, and these opening Phoenix Dragons are kind of starting to get frustrating. Would really like to see them on turn 2 or 3 after we've played some boss monsters. The opponent presumably just going to set 3 cards and pass, but they have a back row as well. So we would love to see a Slayer. Not quite that lucky. The question now is, do we go with the Twin Edge Dragon play? I think so, because we kind of need to thin out. Twin Edge, we'll just discard the Phoenix Dragon. But we're not silly enough to play Triad Drago. We will simply let them keep some cards around if they have high defense monsters. They do have a trap card. It's not the barrier. Oh, but they're running an Aqua Engine, which means we're playing against the Arise deck. Oh, we run into a 1400, unfortunately. So not going to get in for any cool damage this turn, but we might still be able to clear the board, depending on how strong this last monster is. It's another Kanan. So we take 600 and have 3 low attack monsters on the board. Definitely not a great start for us. And we know they have like a Phantom Bind or a Widespread Ruin. Seahorse Carrier is even live and getting back one of the 2 monsters I spent all that effort to destroy. Wait, oh, okay. So this is an Arise Dragon deck that is also running Slayer. Quite interesting. And a ton of back row. I'm hoping they don't have a third this is, oh, this might be the same player that's running the 37 card deck. And I did lose to them last time pretty badly. So it looks like I might be having it happen again. Unfortunately, we do take a ton of damage here. Let's see what we draw. Maybe we can turn this game around. That is not going to work. No. We drew 4 unplayable cards. And that is probably just gonna be game. We'll see what they do. And we will try our best. But there is no confidence behind these eyes. Ancient Forces, activating, of course. Sending a monster to the graveyard. But that is their only dragon. If they had another dragon in the graveyard, we could theoretically at least stop the Dragorite. But we cannot. So we will simply lose here. That is 4,900. While unfortunate, we are back down to the 16,000s. We will keep it up and see how it goes. A couple of bad hands are inevitable when you're playing for this many hours in a row. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Alright, not a stellar opening. I think we are kind of forced to just play the Bunker Strike here. Because it's kind of not very salvageable otherwise. We'll keep the Slayer for next turn. Phantom Bind, probably not going to save us from anything that is not exactly named Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. And of course, if they summon a Slayer, we also just lose the trap and take damage. Gravity Press reduces us to, I want to say 1600. So technically, not enough to beat us, but they do, of course, have the skill. 2 dragons in the graveyard. We can turn off Phantom Bind for now. And they have their own trap. We do have a Dragonic Slayer, so this isn't all bad. I could have avoided taking the damage if I kept the Bunker Strike in hand. But I would have drawn only 1 monster that I would have been able to play. So I'm glad I took the path I did. Triad Drago doesn't work here. So we set 2, and then we need to Bunker Strike. Because we can't use Slayer's effect anyway, we're going to try to replace it with a low-level monster for a future turn. Remember, we're going to have 2 cards in hand after this. So the cards I probably want are the Phantom Bind and the Dragorite. However, do I really want to end with 2 monsters on top of my deck? I think so. This should be salvageable because it should be pretty difficult for them to actually out my board with 2 Phantom Binds set already. So I think we just start by swinging into the Gravity Press, which is a skill trigger, and they don't activate anything, which is actually even scarier because this means they might have a Dragonic Pressure set. And of course this is a deck known for its ability to do big combos out of nowhere. Our saving grace is that they don't have any copies of the Sports Dragons in the graveyard, so drawing all of the cards they need to do an OTK is reasonably unlikely. Twin Edge Drago, Triad Drago, they are going to go for that extra card draw. And we need to make sure we do have our Phantom Binds turned on. They already have 4 dragons in the graveyard, which is getting enough for Bunker Strike to get protected from the Phantom Binds. Presumably they tribute these 2 off. It's Dragius. That is fine. Dragius can't clear my Bunker Strike. Dragius activates the effect, of course, and we see a Phantom Bind from the opponent. And another monster going into defense mode. Setting a card. And this is exactly what I meant. They are in a ton of danger now. They could have dealt 1,000 damage, but they opted to attack in the wrong order. Now we have a Slayer coming out for free. We even have a Phoenix Dragon, but I don't think it's super useful. Let's start with Pitcher. Summon out the Slayer. Slayer is going to go ahead and destroy the newly set card, because I think they would have used a Widespread Ruin if they had it already. So let's pop that one, and we hit the Widespread. That is very good. Phoenix Dragon, and then switch out for a Dragius. And we should be able to go for lethal, if I'm understanding the board state correctly. Let's activate Dragonic Resonance, 1 and 2. Activate the effect of Dragius to attack twice. Swing in with Dragius here. They are down to just 2,200. Swing in here, and Dragonic Slayer finishes it off. I could have set Slayer. I mean, it's a 0 defense monster. Up to 17,000. Let's see how far we can take it. Ultimately, this is not too different from where we started about an hour ago. We just went on a loss streak, and then we got the wins to get back to roughly where we started. Alright, I think it said I was going first, but I didn't actually see the coin flip. Alright, we are up first. We have plenty of face downs, which is nice. A trap card would be good, but we will take a Twin Edge as well. We are going to keep the Sports Dragon around, so we can use the effect and guarantee this Bunker Strike is safely placed onto the field next turn. Even if we draw poorly, Bunker Strike can try to help us out of that bind. let's see what the opponent does. If they are playing a heavy metal deck, they probably don't have too many answers to me just setting 3 monsters. They do set 2, but, okay, we see a tribute set in the middle. Usually those don't have a ton of, yeah, this was a terrible, 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 terrible play. They are going to kind of just blow up. 1 and 2. Summon out the Lesser Dragon. Flip up Twin Edge. Activate the effect. Let's dump the card here. Set the widespread. Activate our skill. We probably should have tried to save the Bunker Strike for next turn. By using my Bunker Strike to filter it with whatever card was on top of my deck. But, like I said, this is a really odd choice for my opponent. They go all the way down to 1500. I definitely would have kept the heavy metal for later. Alright, heavy drive activates. They are able to mill another heavy metal if they want to, but no real point. They don't really have any outs to my board yet, but we are expecting another heavy metal that can destroy the Twin Edge. But unless their last 2 cards involve a Hammer Crush, the game is super over. Widespread Ruin ends it, and we see the immediate concession. And we are back to our peak, 18,550. 2 more wins, and we'll be at 20,000, which is probably pretty close to the top 100. Still not in it. I know that it has increased up to around 22,000. But we'll see how it goes. Unsurprisingly, we are up against a Lucidian Callister. Alright, they set 3 and pass. Unfortunately, oh! I was gonna say we are about to set 3 and pass as well, but the one of Dragius coming out of nowhere to inflict 2,500 damage to the opponent is very welcome. Rise into the light, and then summon. Summon. Activate the effect. Head to the battle phase, swing in. Losing Phoenix Dragon does hurt a little bit, because getting back Dragius obviously would have been a great play on the next turn. Wait, don't swing with Dragius twice. Swing with the Dragorite, and then attack. And then we can pass turn. Things are getting pretty interesting. They set a monster, and let's see if they tribute summon now. They do, and it is Dragonic Slayer. I didn't draw any trap cards, so nothing for it to destroy. But they are going to do pretty significant damage to my board, and even set up a trap card of their own. Alright, so we are hoping for a Dragonic Slayer. Let's see it. Bunker Strike, not quite it. Set 1, Bunker Strike. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully we can find another boss monster. Activate Bunker Strike's effect. We're going to have 2 cards in hand afterwards. We could set both of our back row, or we could get rid of both of them. Let's see here. We still haven't found a Slayer of our own, and we don't have any Sluggers. So I am going to go for the bottom of the deck, and this is a pretty risky maneuver. But we're going to set 2 and see if we can make it work. Obviously, if they use any kind of trap card here, their Slayer sticks around, but as long as they don't summon a second one, we might be able to put something in action. Oh, they don't activate it. Whatever card they have set, If it could have saved them, they absolutely would have used it. It is probably Dragonic Pressure. We have over 4,800 life points, so Dragonic Pressure can never KO us. And with 2 trap cards and them being down a Dragonic Slayer, we should be very safe for the rest of this duel. Unless they draw incredibly well, this game is ours. Let's see what they put up. Triad Drago is a way to get an extra card. Sports Dragon Pitcher, guessing they didn't have any sluggers. They get an extra card with Triad Drago. Do I know about the Hourglass Trick? Yes. I did notice they didn't activate it. Wait, that was a really bad Dragonic Pressure. They could have done that before doing anything else. Okay, this game is ours. I summon Phoenix Dragon and activate its effect. By sending a... Yep, okay. I was gonna grab Dragius and then swing in for lethal. And we are now at 19,500, inching ever closer to that top 100 spot. And then I think when I looked earlier, once you get towards the tippy top, it gets like basically impossible. I think 100 is at like 20,000, and then number 1 that was like 46, so over twice as high. Okay, this is what we like to call unplayable garbage. We have no choice but to set and pass. We need to keep Phoenix Dragon in hand to maximize the odds that we actually have 2 monsters on the next turn. Obviously, I'm not going to activate Phantom Bind. Unfortunately, this is not going to be the duel where we hit 20,000. Unless they've also drawn 4 high-level monsters. Lesser Dragon coming out, and another low level. Twin Edge for that even bigger boost. Obviously attacking twice is incredibly threatening. And they even have a Dragonic Slayer. Very funny. I guess technically I should have not set the Phantom Bind, as it would have let me keep it for next turn. They discard a Dragonic Pressure, and I go down to 200 life. Let's see what we draw. A Twin Edge Dragon. Technically, I am able to play the game. We summon out Bunker Strike, and we are going to start filtering some cards. I think basically we need to just try to high roll them with a Widespread Ruin here. 2 cards, including the 3rd Dragonic Slayer. Okay, bottom of the deck, 1, 2. Set this, activate the skill, beat Dragonic Slayer, and simply say, my opponent is not going to draw a high-level monster. Pass it over, and we'll see what happens. If they just draw 5 low levels, we could win. Twin Edge Dragon coming out means it's not happening though. Here comes a Bunker Strike. Hopefully they just use Resonance and kill me instead of playing a bunch of extra cards. It looks like they do want to play a bunch of extra cards. Dragonic Resonance, boosting up their monsters, and then finishing the game. I don't think there is anything we could have possibly done there. Actually, if I did not set my Phantom Bind on turn 1, would they have had enough dragons in the graveyard for me to keep my Bunker Strike alive? Because if so, it's entirely possible that we could have made a big comeback, which is pretty crazy to think about. Alright, we find Lucidian Callister once again. And our opening hand is looking pretty good, though a little bit vulnerable to my opponent summoning out those Dragonic Slayers. let's go ahead and set my full 5 cards. Still, it's hard to ask for much better than this. Only thing you could arguably say is that a sports dragon would have been nice. In order to... You know what? I am going to widespread. We're just going to go try to draw some big monsters next turn and end the game. We do draw a Slayer, which is a great start. We have a Twin-Edged Dragon. 1 and 2. Flip over Twin-Edged Dragon. Summon Winged Dragon. Activate Twin Edge, ditching the Sports Dragon, as we don't currently have any in the graveyard, so it's not useful. Activate the skill, boost up 1 and 2. And even if they have their own Widespread Ruin... Oh wait, I forgot to activate the effect almost. Let's pop this one. We hit a Phantom Bind. Not terrible. They have a Widespread Ruin of their own. Very funny. But they do go down to 1100. If they only had the one Dragorite last turn, their hand should contain 2 level 7 monsters. So if they draw more high levels, they potentially brick here and can't play. However, if they draw enough low levels, they have a good chance of getting cards like Triad Drago, which are going to turn the game around. We see a Dragius coming out. But we do have Phoenix Dragon at the ready, and our own copy of Dragius. That's actually basically all we could ask for. Summon out the 2 Phoenix Dragons. Triad Drago, let us draw an extra card. Summon out a Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Phoenix Dragon for the Slayer. Ditching Phantom Bind. We definitely don't need that anymore, because they are going to end... they are going to cease existing this turn. 1 and 2. We do need to make sure we don't forget to activate Dragius' effect. And then Resonance to boost the Slayer so that it can defeat Dragius. Swing in for 300. And then beat the face down defense position monster and finish things off. Opponent concedes, I'll send them a nice. It was a pretty funny Widespread Ruin exchange early on. And here we go, 19,648. I wonder if the rankings have updated. Not yet. But yeah, you can see number 1 is a 45,000 player. I don't think we are making it anywhere near that. Alright, here comes another Luke. We are up first. Theoretically, that should be good. We do draw 2 high-level monsters, which is a little bit unfortunate. But this could be worse. We don't have a Bunker Strike, so I think we do need to summon out Dragius on turn 1 as a form of extra protection. From simply bricking the next turn. We will keep the Slayer to deal with trap cards, and we have a 1300, which is the best defense available in the deck. We are pretty likely to take some damage here, but it's better to take, 1500 and then actually get to play the game than it is to draw trap cards when you already have 2 level 7s in hand and not be able to do anything. Alright, they are thinking it's a Psychic deck. They cannot use that. Maybe it's Beetle. Roman Pick is a level 1. And they might be curious why the effect isn't activating. They might not be super familiar with Psychics. This is quite the odd start. But If they aren't playing Dragonic Resonance, I'm pretty happy about my odds to win. Alright, a Tribute Summon. It's Royal Rebel's Growl. That is not going to do anything just yet. They summon out Kanan the Sword Diva. And a Dream Drummer cycling back Roman pick to get rid of my Sports Dragon. That part makes sense. But I'm still waiting for the heavy metal. Oh, it's a Dragius of their own. Well, that means I am going to take 1800. An interesting turn. But as long as I draw a decent hand, I should be in a winning position. This looks okay to me. I don't think we have any Sports Dragons in the graveyard. So let's start with 1, 2, and then Bunker Strike. We're basically just looking to exchange our Slayer for another low level, if at all possible, or even a trap card. Activate Bunker Strike. We get a low level. So we are going to return Slayer to the top of the deck, have a high level monster for later. Summon out a couple of our low level monsters. And swing on in. Note that this is the same amount of damage as if I had used Twin Edge Dragon's effect and discarded the Dragorite, but this leaves us with an extra monster on board for protection going into turn number 4. So ultimately, I think we are in a really strong spot. They could definitely heavy metal us out of the game here, or summon another Dragius. That would be pretty bad. But I guess let's just kind of wait and see. Palace Gargoyle is concerning. They do have to discard a card, which might impact their end board. Okay, it's another Palace Gargoyle. That's a low level. So now it's probably Growl. And that is better than getting heavy metaled by a long shot. They summon out Kanan, so they're beating 2 of my monsters. Oh, but summon Skull? That does mean I should be safe. I don't think they are able to beat all 3 monsters. And by keeping the Slayer on top of my deck, I'm guaranteed to find an out to the Summon Skull. The Phantom Bind is pretty unfortunate here, as I would have really liked to summon both Slayers. Instead, we are kind of forced to go 1 and 2, summon Slayer, set this, set up Phantom Bind, activate the skill, boost the Slayer, and swing in for just a little bit of damage. But the obvious issue here is a heavy metal destroys Dragonic Slayer and basically ends the game. If the Phantom Bind was another low-level monster, we could have had 2 Slayers on the board, cleared their field, and then I guess we still would actually be losing to heavy metal. So maybe it doesn't make too much of a difference. And hey, Phantom Bind, they do have a couple of Fiend monsters in the graveyard. So who knows? Seahorse Carrier, always a concerning card to see. Kanan getting recycled, a 1400 is quite powerful. Basically, if they can out the Slayer, I think they win the game. Here's a Frosty Frostbiter, Ancient Arise. Milling a card. There is only 1 dragon in the graveyard, unfortunately. So we're looking for an Aqua or a Fiend that we can lower with the Phantom Bind. Oh, 2 boss monsters is very threatening. Okay, Dream Drummer is going to give them even more life points. And we know the last one of the 2 cards is Kanan. So if they have another level 7, Prima Gatarna. That is huge. Yeah, not much we can do there. They got me fair and square. Despite the awkward start, they were able to do it. I don't think they have anywhere resembling 10 Aquas in the graveyard. We can Phantom Bind, but it was 5. We would have survived just barely, if they didn't have Prima Gatarna. Well, I guess they probably played that way, knowing it would be fine. Alright, down at 976. Luckily we did lose a little bit less than 1,000. Oh, I've actually played against this person earlier. I'm pretty sure I lost then too. Alright. Let's see how it goes in the next game. Another Luke, but we have seen just because they are on Luke doesn't mean they are playing Dragonic Resonance. It is the most common matchup though. We are up first. Pretty reasonable opening hand. We set up a Sports Dragon, we set up a Trap card. We have a boss monster for next turn. Let's see how it goes. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Alright, starting with a set monster. That doesn't actually mean anything. They could easily tribute those off for a high level monster. And here it comes, Dragonic Slayer, the one we don't want to see. I'd rather be fighting a Dragius right now. Hopefully their last card is also a face down so that we can get them back. Doesn't look like we are quite that lucky though. Alright, we do at least get to keep Phoenix Dragon around, so we are in a pretty good spot for summoning boss monsters. Let's just get rid of this Twin Edge Dragon right away. And we're looking for a low level monster to allow us to summon a 2-boss board. We're gonna Bunker Strike, and we get 2 shots. All we need is 1 low level monster in either card. We find one, and then the question becomes, do we go on the top or the bottom of the deck? Giving up 2 of my Slayers is really dangerous, but keeping 2 Slayers on top of the deck is also pretty bad. I think I have to bottom deck them. That's really unfortunate. But it is what it is, and I'm still getting in for a lot of damage here. I might be able to close out the game before their trap cards are able to pressure me. So let's go ahead and activate Dragonic Resonance. Oh, but if I had Dragius, I could actually have milled one and kept the other. And I just lost the 3rd Slayer. Interesting. I guess it's better off this way. I'm pretty sure we've played 1 Phoenix Dragon. So functionally, my answer to trap cards are 1 card in the top 17. We know the bottom 2 are both Slayers. So hopefully this becomes a slugfest of monsters, and I just don't have to worry about the trap cards. They didn't start off with any, otherwise I would have been able to pop one. They do have Sports Dragons, so summoning out 2 boss monsters isn't really ideal for me either. We will see how it goes. They are down 1 Slayer themselves, so if I draw more traps, I might be okay. I have already lost my Widespread Ruin though. Here comes Dragius, which can theoretically clear the board and get in and let the other monsters get in. Or if they are able to summon a 2nd level 7, then I'm really in trouble. It all comes really down to what those last 3 cards are, and whether or not they decide to trade Dragius for Dragius. And my opponent also doesn't know that my Slayers are on the bottom of the deck, so they might play a little conservatively. Okay, this is fine. If they are crashing and leaving just a lone Dragorite, we should be okay. Okay, interesting hand. Do we have any pitchers? We do. Interesting. So let's Slugger. Activate the effect. Grab a pitcher. summon. Let's go ahead and use the effect. Mill 1. Let's just place the Sports Dragon on the bottom of the deck. Basically getting us one card closer back to drawing those Slayers. We did use the Sports Dragons, so we do need to activate Dragonic Resonance on the 2 low levels. Then, regardless of what their face down is, we should be able to win. We take it, I will send them the nice, and we go up one more time. 19,672. And have the rankings updated? No. I think they probably will update after the next game, which is pretty interesting. We can see whether or not we've managed to climb. The thing is, obviously I've been climbing, my rush power is higher, but so are other people's. So it'll be an interesting way to note whether or not we're making good progress. Whether our speed of climbing is faster than others, more or less. Alright, this is a pretty bad hand. We are forced to just go into the Bunker Strike and pass. This board is able to deal with something like a lone Dragius play, but it does lose to any other boss, so pretty low odds. Setting 2 and presumably tributing them off, they can have their own Bunker Strike. I don't think there's any way they get 5 monsters in the graveyard. So we can turn off the thing for now. Wait, they didn't use the skill. That is really interesting. We are suddenly in a much better position than we were a moment ago. Sports Dragon Pitcher, plus Triad Drago, allows us to draw a card. Then we already have a Slayer in hand, which is going to help us clear out the opponent's board very reliably. Let's go ahead and activate Dragonic Slayer, destroy one of their cards, and it was the Widespread Ruin. Let's go ahead and activate Twin Edge Dragon as well. Ditch this. Activate the skill. Even if it's a Phantom Bind, we trade. So swing in. They do have something. It is Phantom Bind, so we trade, but I'm dealing so much damage, I don't mind it. It should be pretty difficult for them to OTK, because we are at 6,000, and they only have 700 life left. And we have a Bunker Strike ready for next turn. Plus protection of our own. So even something like Dragius is not going to do it. Phoenix Dragon can recycle their Bunker Strike. I don't think there are any other high-level monsters in the graveyard. We see a Sports Dragon Pitcher, probably getting tributed off promptly. They discard an Ancient Arise Dragon, which is interesting because that isn't out to my monster. Instead, they just choose to Bunker Strike one more time, and this time they are going to use the effect. But since they didn't beat over me last turn, they might be on Ancient Forces. I will send them a nice, and we are finally at 20,000 rush power. And it has been half an hour, so let's see if the rankings are updated. Doesn't look like it. That said, I am gonna go over to grab some water. This is gonna be just a minute or two of a break, and then we will be right back at it. If you guys need to get a snack, go to the bathroom, grab some water, now's the time. See you in just a moment. And we are back. Let's see if they've updated the rankings in the couple minutes while we were gone. Doesn't look like it. No problem. We're gonna go ahead and keep dueling. We've crossed the 20,000 threshold, which is fantastic. Even if we're not top 100, we probably are pretty close. Alright, we are going second. Opening hand is looking pretty solid, especially if they go ahead and just set one back row. If we can get the immediate value with Slayer and then swing in with Lesser Dragon, a Slugger in attack mode means they are probably going to tribute something, which is even better for us. Alright, a Dragius. This is quite possibly the best thing they could have done for us. Set a card. Darn. Okay. We have a Triad Drago. Wow. This is actually, very good. And we draw into a Phoenix Dragon, meaning our Slayer is alive again next turn. Things would have to go pretty wrong for us to lose this one. Let's go ahead and activate Dragonic Resonance. Buff up 2 monsters, swing over their board, and inflict around 2,000 damage to them in the process. Alright, we can pass turn. Oh, I said about 2,000, but it's actually exactly 2,000. Unfortunately, Sports Dragon Pitcher is able to use the effect. Pretty quick set up there. Bunker Strike coming out, and that is an out to my Dragonic Slayer. They could potentially summon a second boss monster this turn, and if they find a Phoenix Dragon, they can even make it a Dragius for the full board clear. It is worth noting they are under the Sports Dragon restriction, so without Dragius, they shouldn't be able to do a full board clear while maintaining 3 monsters of their own. And of course we have the Phoenix Dragon, so even if they clear my Dragonic Slayer, I am going to bring it back next turn. And, well, actually come to think of it, even if they do go for a double boss board, they won't be able to set any back row because they simply don't have enough cards. They're only going to have 3, so 2 monsters and a 2 tribute is 3. If they want a second boss, there will be nothing for my Slayer to destroy. I'm hoping they choose for a back row plus 2 lower level monsters. Sending cards back to the top of the deck. They were thinking a lot on that. So whatever they have, it's probably a little bit risky. Like, there's a chance they brick on the next turn, or maybe they just don't draw any high levels. I don't know. Whatever it is, it wasn't a clear cut, yes, I need these cards as soon as possible. Let's see how it goes. They are spending a ton of time on this. It would be very funny if they actually just time out. I wonder if there's a clock. I don't know when they started thinking, but I know that the timer is only around 3 minutes. Alright, they send them back to the deck, and they've chosen Triad Drago to draw an extra card. Maybe they were just thinking really hard about how to do that. Maybe they were looking up, hey, is the top card the one we put back first or third? I don't know how Triad Drago works. Alright, Resonance activates. And they are going to clear the board. They set 1, but we have our Phoenix Dragon. All we need is another low-level monster, and we are good to go. Oh, and they can't even out that because of the Sports Dragon restriction. Okay. Sports Dragon Pitcher. Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon activates its effect. Winged Dragon discarded. Dragonic Slayer returned to the hand. Then we summon Dragonic Slayer. Then we summon Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress. Interesting. Summon the second Slayer or not? That is a tough question. I think it's correct. Now let's go ahead and destroy that face down card. Alright, and it was Widespread Ruin. It makes sense that it's a good card because of how much energy they put to invest into getting it. Battle phase, we need to destroy Gravity Press Dragon for sure. And then we can either get greedy by hitting the Dragorite, or we can just hit the Bunker Strike and be disciplined about it. I think I'm gonna go for the Bunker Strike. Simply because this leaves them with no out currently present to my field. They did spend a lot of time thinking, so it's possible that they have something like a Dragius ready to go. But if they do, then I want them to not have a Bunker Strike on the field alongside it, obviously. Alright, it's another Bunker Strike. So far, I'm okay with that. They mill a Slayer. They are starting to run out of boss monsters. But maybe so am I. I've lost 3. They've lost 1, 2, 3, 4. But they are running more because I'm not using any Gravity Press. Here comes another Gravity Press, and that is an out to my field. Very interesting. They did put the cards back on top again. Alright, yeah, this is better than having more Bunker Strikes on the field, I'm pretty sure. Because they could have had, yeah. Definitely a stronger board if they didn't. Okay. Interestingly, if I use Sports Dragon Slugger's effect, I cannot attack with Dragorite. So I am not going to use Sports Dragon Slugger's effect. I am simply going to summon Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius and win the game. If my calculations are right, reconnection successful. That is nice to see. Alright, so if it doesn't update every half hour, presumably it updates every hour. So we will go ahead and check it when it gets to the 30 mark. Let's go ahead and Rush Duel. We are up first. Alright, and we open 4 low levels. A little bit more than we want. But it could be worse. We get to set up a Sports Dragon Slugger. We might even have a Triad Drago to pair with it next turn to draw an extra card. Let's go ahead and see if we can make this work. An attack mode Dragorite, probably going to imply a tribute summon. No. Instead, simply swinging in, clearing out some of my monsters. And 1 face down. This is great for us. As we can go here. Then tribute 1 and 2. We can't use both Twin Edge's effects, so we are going to summon the Dragorite. And then 1 Twin Edge. Twin Edge activates the effect. And then we activate our skill. Making sure to boost the Twin Edge. And Slayer. Then Slayer is able to destroy the opponent's face down card. And we swing in for 1 billion damage. This should be no higher than 1400, so we are safe there. Then we deal this and a 1500 attack direct. We are at full life points. My opponent is halfway dead. We have a full board. And we know that they don't have any high-level monsters, otherwise they would have summoned it last turn. They do have a 1 Sports Dragon. So Triad Drago or a Slugger does get them to a potential double boss turn. Other than that, we should be relatively safe. Let's see whether or not it works out for us. Triad Drago, they are going to be able to draw a card, unfortunately. Phoenix Dragon is also not a card we want to be seeing here. Recycle. Oh, wait. Phoenix Dragon is fine because they didn't actually have a boss monster. They have their own Dragonic Slayer, but we don't have any trap cards. So we got more value out of ours than they got out of theirs. That said, they are going to clear this board. So it is coming down to whatever we draw next turn. This is going to be a game-deciding draw of 5. Dragius would be nice, but as long as we get any boss, I'm happy. Draw. And we whiff. That is unfortunate. They do have a level 7, but it's not worth risking trying to try a Drago against a board like that. We will go ahead and set the Phantom Bind. Since, even though they have one Slayer on the field, if we can even just stop one of these monsters from dying, I will consider it a success. But they have 2 Dragonic Slayers. So we do lose both Phantom Binds, unfortunately. That said, we definitely needed to draw more cards next turn, so I don't regret my decision. We've only lost 1 boss monster so far, so we have 7 in the deck, if you count the Phoenix Dragons. Our field gets blown up, but we protect our life points. We draw a Phoenix Dragon, and that is good enough for me. Phoenix Dragon, activate the effect. We will ditch the Phantom Bind since it's just not going to do anything. Grab back Slayer. Summon out Slugger. Tribute Summon 1 and 2. Dragorite can also come out since it's going to be able to destroy a monster. And then we will just simply set the final piece. Activate our skill. And let's get in for some solid damage here. This is technically less damage than just attacking into the Winged Dragon with Slayer. But getting rid of one of their boss monsters seems like a good play to me. We are at a small risk of dying this turn. But it would need to be a really strong board. Another Slayer coming out. This much makes sense. And then the best card they can put in the final slot is a Twin-Edged Dragon, which is exactly what they do. We do still have 1 Triad Drago and a couple of Sports Dragon. Oh no, we don't have a Triad Drago. Alright, we are running out of ways to build strong boards. So, this is suddenly a lot more dangerous than I thought. We definitely need Dragius. We don't find it though. We do find a Sports Dragon Slugger. Let's activate the effect. Bring out a pitcher. Then Dragonic Slayer. 1 and 2. Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon activates its effect. Discard Lesser Dragon. Add Slayer. Summon Winged Dragon. Then we summon Dragonic Slayer, number 2. Activate our skill. Dragonic Resonance, 1 and 2. Swing into battle. Attack Dragonic Slayer. My opponent is down to 1500. Attack Twin-Edged Dragon and deal 18. We scrape that one out. I will go ahead and send them a nice. That was a tough game. But we are now at 22,754. Let's go ahead into the next one. Alright, matchmaking near instantaneous. Let's see how it goes. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Loading a little bit. Hopefully my connection is stable. Alright, failed to matchmake. And we are dropping frames. Maybe I should hold off. Alright, it says it's good again. So I'll go ahead and give it a shot. Searching for an opponent. Last time it found the match basically immediately. This time took a little bit longer, but still relatively quick. Alright, and we are finally loading in. Luke versus Luke. Part 900. We are up second. Usually that's not great. And with a hand like this, I am a little bit concerned. If we don't have any way to respond to their turn 1 board, things tend to go very wrong very quickly. Alright, setting 2, setting 3. So far, it all makes sense. And then they summon Dragius. That is a really punishable play. But I do not have the punish. We do get 1 draw for turn. If we draw a high level monster, I can try a Drago. And then kind of see where we go. I do draw my own Dragius here. Honestly, not what I was looking for. Because that's not able to boost over the opponents. Is it worth it? So I would go 1, 2, and then 3, 4. Crash, crash, and inflict 2,000. That's a little suboptimal, but it is better than just getting it blown up by a Dragonic Slayer on the next turn. Oh, and since I can't use my Resonance anyway, I should go ahead and boost and draw the card while I can. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. 1 and 2. That lets me draw a card. Phoenix Dragon. Oh, we can actually keep Phoenix Dragon around now. Which definitely has to be the right play. Well, we're probably actually just going to discard it for Twin Edge to get that extra damage in. Uh-oh. Okay. We're fine. There was a little bit of a lag blip there, but not too bad. Let's go ahead and activate Twin Edge Dragon's effect. Ditch the Phoenix Dragon. Oh. Activate Dragius and Battle Phase. I am going to stop the music again. Whenever we start having internet problems, I want to just make sure I'm not using any more bandwidth than I need to. So we'll swing 1, then 2. And then we are actually hitting for a huge amount of damage. It is a little bit risky, as I am leaving myself with only 2 1,000 attack point monsters on board. It is possible for them to OTK through this. Big plays with Dragius, Phoenix Dragon, etc. Because, for example, a Dragius is 3,000 damage on its own. And then 2 Dragorites is 6,000. So we will see whether or not we are able to pull this one through. Here comes Dragius. Like I said, a big issue. And then Phoenix Dragon, a second Dragius is game. That's 10,000 damage on board. Really unfortunate. Wait, but they go for a Bunker Strike. Do I survive now? If they had used Phoenix for the other multi-strike, that would have been way over lethal. Alright, if they're giving me a shot, I need to try to take it. Double Doom, sure. Resonance boosts, Bunker Strike. I should survive with like 200 life. And that gives me a chance to win. As long as there's life points remaining, I can do this. It's my turn. I draw. I cannot do this. I will set a monster. I will set 2 cards face down. I end my turn. Pitcher is a bit of an odd choice here. But if they're summoning a Slayer, it makes a lot of sense, and it doesn't really matter. They are able to destroy my Widespread Ruin. And then they boost up, of course. They don't have enough dragons in the graveyard. Unless they attack with Dragius first. Wait. Do I survive again? No! It was 1 off. I could have survived 1 more turn. If they just had 1 extra dragon in the graveyard. Would have been very funny. But we are reaching nearly 5 hours of streaming, so this might be our last game. I want to see the rankings update. It has been about an hour, if I understand correctly. And I don't want to risk disconnecting and losing a bunch of points because of that. So I want to see roughly where we think we'll be. If we go into the ranking, we can see top 100 half an hour ago, or sorry, 1 hour ago, was at 22,000. So we aren't quite there. We actually might have been last game, but now we are down in the 21,000 range, 21,600, and it is past the half-hour mark. Let me see if there's anyone on Twitch that we can raid once we are done here. Twitch.tv, and then we'll check Rush Duels, and then we'll see if anyone else is playing in the Goha Rush Festival. It looks like there aren't too many channels around, and none of them are English. Alright, so we are just here waiting for the final ranking update before we call it a break. Here we go. Ranking 121. That is a fine place for me to stop for the day. Maybe tomorrow, we will try to aim for that top 100. I don't think we're ever reaching 48,000 or anything close to it. But, there is a chance we can sneak in. Obviously, I'm expecting it's going to be much harder to get here. My ranking is going to go down a ton, simply from being inactive. But we will do our best. Thank you everyone who tuned in, and I hope to see you probably tomorrow or sometime like when I wake up and get some food, etc. Have a good morning, afternoon, and or evening.